Alt space sound check. Alt space, would you like to do a sound check? Alt space sound check, please.
Test 1, 2.
You're a little low, Jay.
Test 1, 2. This better?
Yeah, that's better. I would turn it down a hair, though.
How's this?
That's good. That's good. Alrighty.
Okay, good.
Good morning, Pam. Would you like to do a quick sound check and video check?
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning. Coming through loud and clear. And you look
Great. Thanks.
We'll just get started in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Everything's all set up. Pam is here. Also, our other speakers are ready to go. We just did sound checks.
Okay. So you'll have me unmuted so I can do the introductions.
Yeah, you can do that. You're actually unmuted right now. We're streaming right now, so we can start in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we are live.
Well, I'm going to keep this logged on, but I'm going to mute and cover myself, and then I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
When you want me to start, just tell me.
Sounds good, Robert. Okay, Robert, it's 9 o'clock. We can get started.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Robert Zubrin, and I'm president of the Mars Society. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the morning plenaries of the third day of the International Mars Society Teleconvention. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Pam Melroy. Pam Melroy is the Deputy Administrator of NASA. Pam Melroy graduated from Wellesley College and then MIT with a bachelor's and master's, respectively, in the areas of physics, astronomy, and planetary science. She then joined the U.S. Air Force, becoming a pilot, in which capacity she logged over 5,000 hours of flight, including 200 hours in combat during a Desert Storm. And then in 1994, she joined NASA as an astronaut. She piloted 2 NASA shuttle missions and commanded a NASA shuttle mission in 2007, I believe, before retiring from the agency around 2009. She then became a director of advanced programs at Lockheed Martin, at DARPA. She led the FAA's commercial space program before being appointed deputy administrator of NASA by President Biden this year. So without further ado, Pam Melroy.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zubrin, and to the Mars Society for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm very excited to join you, and I'm honored to be serving in the Biden-Harris administration as Deputy Administrator of NASA. I'd like to start out just by taking a step back and looking at the last decade. It's truly been extraordinary. We've had an amazing output and growth in our commercial space industry. 15 years ago, it wasn't so pretty. We had launch failures in the 90s that caused the US government to focus on mission assurance, but that reliability came at a cost, and it drove up the cost of launch. And then satellite operators, unable to afford another launch if their satellite didn't work, began adding redundancy to their satellites. As a result, satellites got heavier and more expensive. Then they had to go to larger launch vehicles, which were also more expensive, making them even more risk averse. The US commercial space launch industry was in a death spiral, and we lost leadership in that industry. NASA acted on the intuition that industry was ready to carry cargo on its own commercially to the International Space Station, with the hope that it would save money for NASA in the long term. Kudos to our commercial space partners, including SpaceX and Northrop Grumman, for finding a way to create lower cost access to space as a key part of making that work to carry cargo to the space station. And I'd like to point out that the technologies that they used were developed by the US government. They just took the step to make it more efficient. And then the regular train of launches to the International Space Station through the Commercial Cargo Program enabled science and technology that lay in wait for years for a ride to space to go to the ISS or on their own as a ride share. Added to the impact of the reduction in size of electronics, enabling smaller satellites to carry real capability, our death spiral has reversed course, and we're now climbing to new heights of capability more rapidly than anyone dreamed possible. NASA is pretty proud of its role and responsibility in helping to jumpstart that commercial space economy. One example of how much things have changed is that when I flew the shuttle, there were 2 human space vehicles, the Space Shuttle and the Soyuz, capable of taking people to space. And now there's multiple suborbital and orbital capable vehicles that can carry humans. It's happening so much faster than any of us imagined. So NASA is an engine for commercial space. That's really important for growing the economy and growing jobs. But I like to think of it as engines needing fuel, and the fuel that we use for that commercial development is exploration. The exploration pushes us to do more technology development, pushing out into the solar system and challenging ourselves to do the much more difficult things that it takes to go to the moon and Mars. And commercial space is going to reap the benefits, sometimes as our partner in development, and sometimes just taking the results of our development work and making it more efficient and commercial, or both. Now, of course, supporting the growth of the commercial space industry is not the primary purpose we explore. It's about the science that tells us more about life on Earth. One of the things that we think could revolutionize just about everything is to find life on Mars and compare it to the biology that formed on Earth. We think those insights would be incredible, and you'll hear a little bit more about that later today. And there is more insight that we can find from exploring our solar system to learn about the formation of our own Earth. We're extremely excited to be about to launch the James Webb Telescope in December, which will look back not only on the formation of stars and galaxies, which are the foundational material that we are all made of, but will also be able to identify potential signatures of life from the atmospheres of exoplanets. So let's talk about Mars. NASA's long-term goal has always been to send humans to Mars, and we're going to use the moon to help us get there. This is America's Moon to Mars exploration approach. We'll build up our capabilities for Mars by learning and demonstrating them right here in our own neighborhood. We've got the only spacecraft designed for humans to survive in deep space, getting ready to fly on Artemis 1 by the end of this year, and the ground systems to support that. We have international partners who have agreed to join us in building these capabilities, and we have the beginning of a framework for cooperation in the Artemis Accords. So my priority as NASA Deputy Administrator right now is to ask the question, what specifically are the objectives that we need to demonstrate on the path to get to Mars? We need to be very clear about what we are doing and tick off those objectives. And that is what will impel us to go forward to Mars. So some of the objectives are obvious. People rush very quickly to the technologies that are needed to keep people alive en route and at their destination, such as rockets, transfer spacecraft, landing vehicles, ascent vehicles, and surface habitation. Although many of the technologies will cross over to Mars from the moon, some will not. But we will be refining the requirements we actually need by designing and building the very first ones. Another set of objectives are what I call infrastructure, an area that the Mars Society has been a terrific advocate for, the capabilities needed to sustain human presence permanently. That infrastructure includes things like power, communications, position, navigation, and timing, as well as the transportation infrastructure, such as fuel depots, landing pads, and rovers. I think it's very clear that in situ resource utilization is the long-term path to sustainability. But an example of how complicated that is that ISRU requires massive amounts of power, much more than just to keep humans alive, on the scale of 2 megawatts or more. We have to build a logical plan for infrastructure alternatives, including what order we need to develop and install it in. And this is a huge challenge that I'd like NASA to tackle in the coming years. It should be oriented to be scalable and focused on areas that enable not just sustained human presence, but actually help grow commercial activity. Infrastructure, everything from the internet to highways, airports, and seaports, they're essential for industry growth on Earth. It's going to be the same in space. The next set of objectives that we must set for ourselves and our international partners is around operations. It actually took us several years to understand and optimize human performance on ISS, as it is a very different operating model from the space shuttle. We just about killed our first crews trying to operate the way we did on the shuttle, which was a tightly controlled timeline, long hours, a sprint, if you will. ISS operations are a marathon and are now handled very differently. I intend to challenge the ops community to be intentional about setting objectives and experimenting with different ops approaches to understand how humans live and work best and thrive on the surface of another planet. And finally, and most exciting of all, we have to explore how to do science with humans on the surface of another planet. We've gotten pretty good at doing it remotely, but we really have very limited experience except for Apollo. And during Apollo, it was so challenging just to get humans to the moon that the scientific tools were absolutely minimal. We do know that having the exploration rover enabled a much greater diversity of capability of science on the moon, but mostly still what Apollo astronauts were able to do was to pick up rocks with a little box at the end of a stick to make it easier to lift in the suit and in the gravity environment, and then bags to store them in and bring them home. Well, now that we plan to go and stay, we've got to decide and understand what scientific tools humans are going to need to take with them. Should we go one end of the spectrum, which is Apollo, just bring things home and have the science done on the Earth? How about the other end of the spectrum? Recreate every laboratory capability we have on Earth in space. Maybe there are other alternatives. Perhaps in 20 years, we'll be able to host scientific expeditions holographically on Mars, only needing perhaps a few astronaut scientists actually on the surface. There's a range of options, and we should be exploring them. Currently today, we have incredible science output already on Mars. We have our Curiosity and Perseverance and Insight rovers giving us amazing results, observing the Mars earthquakes. We have Ingenuity flying around, the first helicopter, first aircraft on another planet, and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the Mars Odyssey spacecraft, which are both studying the surface and the climate of Mars. Perseverance is actively looking for signs of life in the Jezero crater, which is the most favorable place for life that we found on Mars. Through these exciting efforts, NASA and our partners are opening the door to smarter and safer human missions to Mars and learning about ourselves from the development of the solar system. But we can't do this alone. It's going to take help from our international partners and, of course, from our industry partners. But it's also important to think critically and holistically about how we go about our exploration plans. I personally am concerned about the policy implications of what we're doing as we push out into the solar system. How do we ensure that we are responsible? An increasingly growing issue is orbital debris in low Earth orbit. We have to address that issue, but we should also contextualize it as we work towards the Moon and Mars. We've not yet fully defined what environmental responsibility on the surface of the Moon and Mars, or started to worry about space traffic management as we go to those places, but we actually have an opportunity to think differently, assume that it's going to scale the way it has in low Earth orbit, to think strategically about these challenges from the very beginning. That means it's really important for us to partner with international and commercial partners who are like-minded, who believe in the same principles that we do around protecting the environment, about being open and transparent about what we're doing, about sharing our science, and about helping each other. Those are the values that we want to take out into the solar system. Those are the things that were articulated in the Artemis Accords. We have further to go, but it's a great first step. We want to bring the best of humanity as we explore the solar system. So it's very important when we look at the Moon to Mars architecture that we share responsibility for technical pieces, but we also think about those principles as we go forward. Will this make it more complicated? Yes, but there's an old African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. Well, we want to go far. We want to go all the way to Mars and beyond. I thank you all for your advocacy for Mars, and I look forward to taking a few questions.
All right. Thank you very much for opening up for today's long day of super exciting sessions. My name is Lara, and I'm a Mars Society volunteer. And everybody in the audience, feel free to ask some questions in the chat. Let's see. As we're waiting for questions, oh, here we go. We've got a question from Nicholas. And Nicholas is saying, Dear Pam, does NASA have any plans to make a next generation space shuttle?
Not right now. I will say, obviously the shuttle was an extraordinarily capable vehicle and it provided some tremendous advantages. However, one of the things that we learned by operating it is that it also had some design challenges as well. It was our first attempt at a highly reliable vehicle. And I think that we discovered some of those challenges in not just our tragic mishaps, but also in a lot of close calls. I was very sad when the shuttle retired because I know we won't see anything like that for a while. But when we do, it will be a lot more reliable because of the development that we're doing now.
Thank you. We are getting a lot more questions coming in. And the next question is from Nina. And Nina is saying, should we have ethical manifesto agreed on international level before we set our foot on Mars?
Oh, Nina, you're singing my song. But let me tell you, it is a lot harder than it sounds. So we, of course, are working closely with the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, and the United States and our partners are very active in the UN Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. But I'll tell you, the history of UN COPUOS is that standards that get adopted and agreements that get adopted are generally ones that are already widely accepted. It's a very difficult forum to move quickly. Rather than wait for every single potential partner to get on board with everything, we sought out those who agreed with us on the basic principles, based, of course, on the Outer Space Treaty, and extending them a little further. And that is our approach right now. We do hope that the Artemis Accords are ultimately adopted internationally.
Thank you very much. And the next question, we've got actually a question from the Outspace VR, and if they're ready, you're welcome to ask your question. Can you hear us, Outspace VR?
Yeah, we hear you. I'm not hearing the talker. She might be muted. Callisti, are you muted? Callisti? You might be muted. Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, so we'll continue with questions from the chat Q&A. Let's see. So the next question comes from Gary. Gary's asking, are NASA and SpaceX one big happy family? Or I guess the question could also be more about cooperation in Mars exploration in general.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a partnership, and obviously, I have been asked questions before, like, what does NASA think about X? Whatever it is. And I sort of laugh and I'm like, well, which NASA are you talking about, right? Because we're a large and diverse organization, and SpaceX is growing that way too. But I do think that we have been terrific partners. I couldn't be happier. Just got the opportunity last week to talk to Crew 1, the first crew that flew on SpaceX's Dragon to the space station under the Commercial Crew Program, and getting ready actually to go launch Crew 3 here in a few weeks. It's been a very successful partnership, and I think it's really been healthy for both of us. I think SpaceX has learned a lot from NASA, and frankly, we've learned a lot from them too.
Thank you. Next question. Just a second. Okay, so next question comes from Jody. Jody's asking, what is the trade-off between robotic versus human exploration?
Oh, that's an old chestnut. I think we've gotten a little bit past that. It's not either or, it's not a trade-off, it's yes and. I think it's absolutely essential that we have robotic exploration to reduce risk and to target humans at what they do best. I mean, we're seeing this in all forms of automated technologies. The classic tagline around automation is dull, dirty, and dangerous. So the things that automation can do are very, very important to do. I think the search for life that Perseverance is undergoing right now is a great example of that. I mean, take a step back and ask yourself, if you were a Martian trying to go visit the Earth, how would you know where to go? It's a pretty interesting looking place, but should you go to an ocean first? Should you go to the Grand Canyon? Should you go to Antarctica? What exactly are you trying to learn? Now, I think that because we have life on Earth, it makes it a much more rich set of opportunities. But having said that, the same thing is actually true on Mars as well. There's so much to learn. So sending robotic capabilities out, they will help us target where the most useful and important places that humans can go to do science. And I think that you'll see that pattern repeated over and over as we push out into the solar system.
Thank you for the answer. And I think now we are ready to throw it to the Outspace VR, and they will ask you a question from the virtual reality.
So is this a group of people all together in VR?
Yeah. Thank you for
Cool.
joining us and connecting to us here. We celebrate all sorts of space activities and rocket parties and things like that here. So I'm so happy to join you. I'm going to ask my question on behalf of Callisti, who was just here a moment ago. Her mic isn't working at the moment. She typed to me, she said, social VR dash. Is there any thought of using virtual reality or similar to connect those in Mars or on a space station with Earth family and friends?
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. The station is actually already experimenting with VR for training, and I think that's exciting. I think the moon is certainly possible. The time delay is going to make it more challenging for Mars because it just takes time for the communications to transfer. It could be up to 30 minutes one way, depending on the relative location around the sun of the two planets. So that could be a little bit challenging, but I still love the idea of putting on a headset and actually feeling like you're sitting with somebody when they're talking to you. And I think there are some really, really interesting aspects of not just the human interaction, which is how we think of that today, but the science. The ability to, for example, just put on a headset and take a walk on the surface of the moon. I think that's something that we could actually do, and we're not that far away from being able to do. And think of the citizen science opportunities and the richness there of what our citizen scientists could discover, and maybe plant a little flag and say, hey, you astronauts up there, you should go look at this. There's something going on there. Wouldn't that be cool?
No doubt. Thank you so much. Anyone else have questions here? Step up to the mic if you do.
Nice ingenuity in the background, by the way.
Yeah, we love our models over here. Oh boy, send us more 3D models, please.
All right, well, we still have time for some more questions, and I'll read some of the ones from the chat Q&A. The question comes from Eric. Eric is asking, what is an example of a more mundane, humble infrastructure project that you're personally excited about?
Ooh, boy, none of them are mundane on the surface of the moon. I think actually one of the things that I'm really excited about, I was talking a little bit about, hey, let's really think through, sort of what order we should consider going in. One of the things that's very tough for our cargo landers and our human landers is that the moon's surface is pretty rough. Now, some of you may be familiar with the story that Neil Armstrong overflew his landing site on Apollo 11 and landed getting a little bit low on gas, where he would have to abort back up to orbit if he hadn't landed soon. But he looked out the window and he saw craters and boulders in a place he was supposed to land, and a smooth spot just a little bit beyond it. So he went for it. So a piece of infrastructure that seems just like insanely obvious would be a landing pad that was really flat, maybe with some navigation beacons. because then everybody can stop worrying about trying to solve that problem. Now, the tricky part is, where do you put it, right? The South Pole is a good idea on the moon, because we know that there's water there, so we're interested in that. But ultimately, you're going to have to set up landing pads in multiple places, I think, to do true scientific exploration. But if you stop and think about it, it doesn't sound like that would be that hard. It sure isn't as hard as ISRU. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you for the answer. And the next question comes from Matthew. Matthew's asking, is there a moon of Jupiter or Saturn that NASA is looking to land a probe on? Which one is the most promising for signs of life?
Oh, well, there's actually a lot of interest right now in Europa. I think that's the Europa Clipper is a mission in development. And the truth is, there's a lot of really interesting things going on in deep space, and the moons, as you talk about it, of Saturn and Jupiter. And I think, looking for life, looking on the icy water planets, which would be, Europa and Ganymede, is very exciting. And I think those are definitely targets. But I'll just tell you how that process works. The process works is that the National Academies puts together a list of experts who then consult with all the other experts in the discipline. And what guides us is the decadal survey. It's a consensus out of the science community that says what the most important things for us to do and where to go, what they are, and we follow that very closely. Everyone relies on that because it's a tough process. It takes a couple of years to get through, but once you've got it, you truly have a blueprint and a roadmap for the future.
Thank you. Next question is from Marufa. Marufa is asking, how do you envision astronaut training program in the next few years or so?
Oh, it's much more exciting to talk about what it's going to look like in 20 years. So in 20 years, when you graduate from astronaut training at NASA, your final flight will be to a commercial low Earth orbit science station, where you will learn how to live and operate in microgravity and do science there. And then you'll graduate on to a lunar mission where you'll understand how to do science on the surface of a planet. And then you'll get teed up for your trip to Mars. So that's what I think is going to happen in 20 years. In the next few years, I think it's a pretty exciting time for the astronaut office, because not only do we have the Soyuz that people have been training on and flying, but we also have the SpaceX Crew Dragon, which I pointed out is that we've got another crew going up to the International Space Station on that vehicle. They're also training and planning to fly on the Boeing Starliner, which is their commercial crew vehicle, and they're beginning to train on Orion. So lots of different vehicles. It's been kind of like, the shuttle or the Soyuz and the space station for a long time. So this is an exciting time, especially for those of us who are test pilots and like to fly lots of different aircraft.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the answers. There's a lot of questions that are still open, but unfortunately we're running out of time. So I really want to thank you for the presentation and for answering these questions.
Thank you. And my best wishes for a fantastic day.
Thank you so much. Robert, would you like to introduce the next speaker, please?
Hello. All right, here we go. Our next speaker will be Dr. Charles Kell. Charlie has been a Martian from way back, has been associated with our movement even before the founding of the Mars Society, when he was an active member of the informal network known as the Mars Underground. He is an astrobiologist. He has worked in the Arctic. He, in fact, was present on Devon Island when we built the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station. He's worked with the British Antarctic Survey. And he has taken an interest not only in microbial life that may exist on Mars and elsewhere in the universe, but of the future of humanity in the universe. He's the author of numerous articles, but a very interesting book as well called Extraterrestrial Liberty. Recently, he hosted a conference in England on that subject of will humanity in space be free? So here he is to talk about engineering extraterrestrial liberty.
Great. Thanks a lot, Robert. Can you hear me clearly? Let's get a check on that.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Robert. It's really fantastic to talk to the Mars Society conference. It's really interesting to listen to Sam as well, to Pam as well, and how positive everything is at the moment with Mars exploration in general. So as Robert said, my background is as a microbiologist. Most of my time I do biology. But today I'm going to talk about something very different, something that, as Robert said, has been interesting me for a number of years now, and I think is an interesting problem, which is the problem of freedom and liberty beyond the Earth. And let me try and share my slides here. Always the first challenge of giving a talk. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Great, excellent. So yeah, engineering a free Mars. And you might say, well, why would you think that there's a problem with freedom beyond the Earth? Actually, this has just gone and frozen, which isn't very helpful. Okay, good. It's working now. Why would you think that there is a problem with freedom beyond the Earth or freedom on Mars? After all, here is a depiction of a Mars station. It's a very ambitious station. It represents the beginning of a self-sustaining human presence on Mars, the construction of a multi-planetary species. Surely this represents the ultimate act of liberation. And in some sense, I think you're right. But what I think is interesting about this Mars station is not what's in it, but what you can't see here. And what you can't see here are children playing around in the sands of Mars. You can't see people sitting at cafes, drinking a coffee, discussing the great political issues of the day. You can't see government workers with placards outside government buildings complaining. And of course, you all know exactly why that's the case. The reason is, of course, this is an instantaneously lethal environment, and it generates conditions that impose restrictions on freedom of movement and the requirement for networks of safety, unseen in even extreme environments on the Earth. And the simple premise I'm going to advance with, and I'll say a little bit more about this in a moment, is that space is a tyranny-prone environment. And I've bolded prone, italicized it and underlined it, because sometimes when I've given talks like this, people have said, oh, he says that space is going to be full of tyrannies. And that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it's more difficult to create free societies in these extreme conditions. And therefore, creating free societies is simply going to be harder work. Space is a tyranny-prone environment. And what we should try and do is think about ways to overcome that. So why would I think this? I'm going to go through this quite quickly because I actually want to get to the engineering part of this. There are a number of problems in space that lead to the potential for human control, one of which is a lack of freely available oxygen. There is always technological requirements between the oxygen atom and a breath of fresh air in any environment in extraterrestrial conditions. And oxygen is, of course, required on a second-to-second timescale. This is not a new observation. Science fiction writers have observed this for some time. But this level of control over something so necessary continuously in human life is unseen in almost all locations on the Earth. And then if you add to that the lack of liquid water and food in the natural environment, not unique to Mars, you can find this in deserts on the Earth, but added to the requirement for technology and oxygen, you have a potential for various levers of human control. Then we add to that the extreme conditions required for safety, whether that's radiation, preventing dust incursion into habitats, producing oxygen. All of these things require a network of officialdom. These people do not need to be tyrannical, but they have the opportunity to be so. And we all know of historical examples on the Earth where safety is used as a means to dismantle liberties. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now. I'm sure you're all familiar with some recent ones. But nevertheless, any place where people are faced with instantaneous death, there is always an excuse for safety to trump liberty. And then in addition to that, settlements are economically isolated, and that is likely to lead to all of the things the ills that we associate with autarky, in other words, economic isolation, such as lack of diverse product production, monopolization of local markets, so on and so forth. All these things do not need to lead to tyranny, but they can do. So that is why I say that all these things represent a nexus of conditions that provide the encouragement for tyranny. And let me just illustrate this very simply, conceptually. On the left-hand side, you can see the Earth, and that solid line depicts all theoretical possible human action. So all of us, our freedoms are necessarily constrained by physics, right? I cannot go out of my office and flap my wings and fly through the atmosphere. That is not a denial of liberty. It's simply a fact of physics. So that solid line denotes what where liberty simply cannot be extended beyond, just because physics won't allow it. But within that boundary, that dotted line reflects the laws and governance structures that we artificially create in our societies that give us our freedoms. And my contention, what I've just discussed, is that that solid line is much more delimited in a place like Mars because of these physical restrictions. And as a consequence, so are the social conditions that arise from it. And what's interesting about this is that even if you had the most libertarian state on Mars that pushed laws and regulations out to the maximum extent possible, as depicted here, that state might still appear more coercive than a traditionally coercive state on the Earth. So there's the problem. What are we going to do about it? Well, the obvious thing to do is to assail the limits of liberty, break down that solid line and expand it. And in the sense that we can do that, we can then free Mars. We can expand the capabilities for social conditions that allow for greater freedoms. And that's what I want to talk about now. And of course, this also applies to the moon, asteroids, and interplanetary space. But this is the Mars Society Convention, so I'm going to focus on talking about Mars. Now, I do want to point out, again, without getting too political, that I think this is a good thing to do. Last year, Elon Musk published these Starlink terms of conditions where he declared that Mars was a free planet. And there was lots of controversy in the media. And actually, I'm not sure why, because liberty is hard work. Tyranny is easy. It's easy to lock people up in habitats on Mars and coerce them. It's much more difficult, as on the Earth, to create free societies with a judiciary and elections and the culture of freedom. These things are difficult to assemble. Tyranny is easy. And 10,000 years of human history shows this to be the case. And given that history, all means must be mobilized to degrade the conditions for tyranny beyond the Earth. And those who seek to do this should receive our admiration, not our condemnation. I'm not going to pursue that political discussion any further. I simply want to point out that building a free Mars is not some overly political objective. It's a good thing for humans to want to create societies anywhere where people have freedoms and liberties, and we should want to create a free Mars. So how do we do this? This is what I want to talk about. Here's a couple of papers. If anyone's interested in reading about this, these are probably behind a paywall, so feel free to drop me an email, ping me an email, I'll send you the PDFs. And what I'm going to talk about is a concept that I wrote about called freedom engineering, where we use engineering to mitigate tyranny in space. Let me start off with an example of freedom engineering. Consider two settlements. Settlement A on the right-hand side has a single oxygen, water, food, and power machine in this central habitat. Settlement B has the same production capabilities for every different habitat. If you think about these two habitats for a moment, it's not difficult to see that settlement A, all the resources are centralized and there is only one machine for each commodity. And therefore, in principle, there's a greater opportunity for the control of vital resources in A. Now, that's not to say a coercive government can't control the whole of B. I simply want to point out the principle that if you have only one machine, it's relatively easy for an individual or a group of individuals to seize control of that machine. So if we were going to freedom engineer a settlement, what we would want to do is probably to multiply the means of production, diversify the providers of vital requirements such that there's no obvious monopoly on the production of oxygen. In other words, deliberately create different organizations that produce oxygen. Create the ability for overproduction. So if every one of these machines in settlement B can create enough oxygen for the whole settlement, then we would have to take out all those machines to remove oxygen producing capacity. So overproduction is key. And then, of course, we want to feed all of these products from all of the machines into the whole settlement. So every one of these machines is capable of overproduction and producing whatever is required for the entire settlement. It then becomes very difficult to control these resources for the whole settlement. This is an example of freedom engineering. Now, for the engineers amongst you, I can already hear you saying, but hang on a second, that's what we would do anyway with engineering redundancy. You don't need to think about liberty. All engineers would want to do settlement B purely from the point of view of redundancy. And you're absolutely right that a lot of what I'm going to discuss automatically drops out of redundancy, but not always. Consider, for example, a hypothetical habitat on Mars, where, for example, we can measure the degradation of the settlement skin, maybe hardens in the Martian UV or something. And we can measure that degradation with cameras that look for cracks and audio devices that maybe listen for the change in the noise of the Martian wind over that habitat that tells us it's solidifying and it needs changing. Purely from a functional point of view, a redundancy point of view, an engineer would look at that and say, great, let's just fill the habitats and fill the settlements with cameras and audio devices, and we can watch the structural integrity and we'll all be safe. A freedom engineer will say, no, that is likely to create a Martian surveillance state and make people feel repressed. So let's either find a different way to measure the material, like using strain sensors or something else, or consider an entirely different type of material. So what I'm proposing here is that freedom engineering is a way of thinking. And I defined it in one of those papers in the following way. It's an approach to engineering whereby if two technologies are identical in their capacity to deliver a solution to a practical problem, the solution chosen is the one that has the minimum use as an instrument of coercion. And just to move on to think about that with the oxygen problem, because this is, I think, one of the key problems in creating free conditions beyond the Earth. These are some statements about oxygen. Oxygen is required on a second-to-second basis, and you guys all know this. No other physiological requirement has this extreme need, and there is no extraterrestrial environment where this requirement can be met without technological intervention. Maybe one day we'll find an exoplanet with oxygen in its atmosphere. So far, no environment where we want to establish a human presence can be relieved of this problem of the technological requirement for oxygen. So a freedom engineering approach to this would advise these sorts of things. What you want to do is produce small oxygen machines that can produce oxygen locally, and where the technology is simple and can be easily jerry-rigged to maintain it, where you don't require central authorities to be constantly overseeing it. And a beautiful example of this already exists. Is the MOXIE machine that's on Mars on Perseverance, a very small machine that, rather than requiring, for example, electrolyzed water to produce oxygen, simply cracks the Martian atmosphere, the CO2, and produces oxygen. You can own your own personal MOXIE machine that will generate oxygen without people having to dig permafrost or be dependent upon those people. So I would already say that without knowing it, the MOXIE team has actually freedom engineered an oxygen solution on Mars. But I would go further than that and say, well, you know, what happens if a spare part in this MOXIE machine, maybe the zirconium catalyst that it needs, is controlled by a monopoly? So a freedom engineer would say that we should also, despite these machines, we should maximize the number of ways to get oxygen. We should have lots of plants producing oxygen. We should generate oxygen from permafrost. And we should create, like I said earlier, overproduction capability. In other words, vast numbers of different oxygen producing machines that can overproduce. And then it becomes very difficult for any individual to hanker after the desire to control oxygen. Ideally, people won't even think about this. It won't even be an ambition for someone with tyrannical tendencies to control the oxygen machine, because it will just be practically difficult or even impossible for them to gain control over all the means of production and all the capacity for oxygen production. We could go on and we could think about freedom engineering a spacesuit. The reason why I focus on this is because it targets another one of the key restrictions beyond Earth, which is the freedom of movement issue. The freedom of movement on the moon and Mars is worse than some of the worst dictatorships on the Earth. And as I say, that's not imposed by humans. It's just a natural consequence. But nevertheless, it leads to potentially restrictive social conditions. And again, here are some statements that are not news to anyone here. The environment of space is lethal. Freedom of movement is difficult. You must be in spacesuits and pressurized habitats. And apart from terraforming, no technology can overcome this requirement. So a freedom engineer might look at this and they might say, well, what we want to do is we want to have reliable, comfortable spacesuits that give you a feeling that you're not so restricted. In other words, when you're wearing it, you almost sort of, you can never be unaware that you're wearing a spacesuit, but you can minimize that feeling. You can make them easy to take off and put on, a bit like wearing a coat when you go outside, or when I go outside on a cold Edinburgh day. Don't even think about it. I don't consider that a restriction on my liberty. If we build a spacesuit that's good enough, people are not going to get into it and think this is a horribly restrictive environment to be on Mars. They just put it on, and the freedom of movement and the ability to go outside is not so restrictive. And particularly if these suits have their own oxygen producing machines, where you deliberately create the possibility for long duration of excursions to allow people to escape the habitats. But I would say that from a freedom engineering point of view, it goes further than that, because what you want to do is also generate so many spacesuits in this settlement that an authority cannot use them as a conduit for control. So we can easily imagine the scenario where I want to go out on a Martian expedition, and the authorities who I criticized in a newspaper yesterday say, sorry, Charles, you can't go out on an expedition today. All the spacesuits are being repaired, they're being serviced. You need to stay in your habitat today. This sort of manipulation, social manipulation, always finds conduits through things that people need, that you can control. Whereas if we generate a very large number of spacesuits that are available way above and beyond the purely functional needs for science and exploration and settlement maintenance, then we create a situation where it's very difficult for people to control your use of those spacesuits. You walk into the spacesuit room and you just grab one and walk out, and no one can stop you from doing that because there are 20 other spare spacesuits lying around. This is a way of thinking about engineering that goes above and beyond pure functionality, but deliberately considers the conditions for liberty and the problems of liberty beyond the Earth. Now, going beyond spacesuits and requirements for human existence like oxygen and water, I also want to suggest that we could use engineering from a more political, philosophical aspect. So one of the things that governance powers on Mars or anyone else are going to do is they're going to use the excuse that dissent and discord in a settlement is fundamentally lethal to the entire community. A depressurization event might kill everyone. And as a consequence, they are going to find it easy to repress rebellion and even revolution. And I want to suggest that we could even use engineering to design the right to revolution into a settlement. How would you do that? Well, it's probably not that difficult. You create, for example, a modularity in design. Maybe you do that for redundancy reasons anyway, but you might do it from a revolutionary point of view. You would create sealable sections. So if someone does do something dramatic, they can be cut off. You would design settlement structures to be very robust, so it's difficult to destroy them through blunt force, and create spaces where dissent can occur, deliberate places where people can gather. What you're trying to do here is to remove the fear that dissent will cause catastrophic damage and remove the excuse from the authorities to use that fear to repress dissent. In other words, as I said here, we're deliberately trying to engineer the right to rebellion and revolution. And those of us who live in liberal democracies know that we, although not necessarily explicitly stated, people like John Locke have inculcated a culture into our societies where if the government no longer commands the consent of the governed and they cannot be removed by democratic means, we should remove them by revolution. And what I'm suggesting is we engineer that right. I don't really need, as a Brit, to explain that to an American-led conference about why that's necessary. So we should do that. And freedom engineering might allow us to think about being able to achieve this. We can also think about freedom engineering the entire solar system. One of the problems with Mars and any other planetary body in our solar system is extreme isolation. Isolation results in economic isolation and limited economic activity. In other words, like I said earlier, monopolization, restrictions in the diversity of goods, all of these things lead ultimately to economic control, excuses for rationing and all these other things that go on. And ultimately, economic tyranny degrades into political tyranny because you have to have political tyranny to implement full economic control. So the two things are linked. If you want political freedom, you must also create economic freedom. And what you need to do, I think, to achieve that is to create reliable mass-produced spacecraft that can allow the rapid and frequent exchange of materials, goods, and people across the solar system. In other words, transform the solar system into a free trade zone, and that will remove many of the ills that result from economic autarky. And I know that, of course, Elon is already trying to create a reliable mass-produced spacecraft that can do exactly this. This is what the Starship is about. But I would propose that, as well as being a good thing for enhancing human access to space and building a multi-planetary species, the Starship is also a liberty-producing machine. It will, by the very fact that it's reliable and would be mass-produced and could get lots of people and goods out into the solar system, it will get rid of these problems with economic isolation and create the conditions for freedom, for economic freedom, which will themselves improve the conditions for political freedom. So what I'm also trying to point out here is that, freedom is not a single thing. You can never create freedom in a society with a single lever. It requires a concatenation of things across the political and economic landscape to create a free society. And it's a difficult thing to do. But what we can do is try and use engineering to improve the chances of successfully realizing this. Now, one of the things I do want to point out is that freedom engineering is not quantitative in the same way as designing a bridge. I just want to make that clear. But having said that, you could put some semi-quantitative approach to freedom engineering. Here's just a quick example. Going back to that oxygen producing machine, that MOXIE machine, and oxygen produced centrally on the right-hand side. What we could do is we could assign a score between 0 and 5 for beneficial consequences for liberty and beneficial consequences for tyranny. So a MOXIE type machine gives you lots of beneficial consequences for liberty because it allows individuals to own their own oxygen producing machine and be free of central control. There's a little bit of beneficial consequences for tyranny because, of course, those people could maybe control a spare part, or they could demand that all those machines are subject to some safety checks. So even when you own your own machine, you're not totally free of the possibility of central control. By contrast, on the right-hand side, if you produce oxygen centrally, of course, there's some beneficial consequences for liberty, because otherwise you wouldn't live. So oxygen is good for anyone to simply be allowed to survive. But there are dramatically larger beneficial consequences for tyranny, because all you have to do is control that single machine, and everyone's second-to-second lives are dependent upon your goodwill. This is, I think, in some sense, the ultimate definition of tyranny, actually. A single oxygen-producing machine in an extraterrestrial environment controlled by an unelected power structure would be my idea of the worst form of tyranny possible. And so you end up with these total scores, and they allow you to decide, well, MOXIE-producing machines might be the best way to do this. Now, as I say, these numbers are very subjective. We can sit here and argue about them, but that's precisely the point. Simply by putting numbers on these things, we trigger healthy debate and discussion. What is the best way to create a free society on Mars? So by creating this sort of calculus, maybe at least it provides us with some way to begin a semi-quantitative discussion in any engineering design to think about how we might create a free society. So I want to conclude by saying very briefly, we can build a free society. It's going to take a lot more than engineering. It's embedded in the culture, in the politics. But today I just wanted to focus on freedom engineering. It's generally compatible with engineering redundancy. As I've illustrated, if you're worried about redundancy, freedom engineering generally tends to drop out of it by default. But I want to suggest that if we care about liberty beyond the Earth, we shouldn't just hope that it's going to come out of engineering by luck. We should think about it on purpose. I also want to say it's not unique to space. I mean, if I build an SUV that takes you twice as far across the Mojave Desert as your current SUV, I've freedom engineered an SUV. So this goes on the Earth all the time. So I'm actually not claiming that freedom engineering is some amazing new insight. What I'm trying to claim is that in space, under extreme conditions that are instantaneously lethal, where levers to control are much more pervasive, we should transform it into an area of engineering and think about it quite consciously. And then finally, there's no objective right way to engineer freedom. I think it's just another consideration in engineering design that finds particular use in this tyranny-prone environment of space and on Mars. And just to finish off, I'm going to shamelessly plug some work. If you're interested in freedom beyond the Earth, I don't claim to have all the answers, but here are 3 books that I did edit, multi-author books from Springer. They're horrendously expensive, absurdly expensive. So if you want to get hold of them, just ping me an email and I'll send you the PDF. Coming up, we've got an exciting book coming next year. We were very privileged to have Robert as one of our keynote speakers at this meeting in the summer. It's called The Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty, and it's going to be published by Oxford University Press, multiple authors thinking about some of these issues. And then shameless plug, next year, I'm also publishing my own personal view on liberty, interplanetary liberty, building free societies in the cosmos, which is my sort of classical liberal view of how to build free societies in the cosmos. If you're a fan of the founding fathers, which I'm sure you are, I think you might enjoy this book and perspectives on how to create free societies in space. I'm going to end there. Thank you very much for inviting me again, Robert. It's a real pleasure to be at the convention, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Charles. My name is Lara. I'm going to ask a couple of questions on behalf of the audience, and there is a bunch. We'll start from one question from our yesterday's speaker. That's very exciting. So this is a question from Fabrizio Bernardini, who is from British Interplanetary Society, and yesterday he gave a presentation on engineering on Mars. So Fabrizio is asking, would you agree that a large-scale approach to resources processing, as well as the use of technologies that can be fixed and evolved locally, is beneficial to reduce the risk you talked about?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, I'm generally in favor of fragmentation, not forced fragmentation. I'm generally in favor of creating environments where there are multiple providers. And what's wonderful about commercial space is that that's where space exploration is now going. On Mars, I would simply try and create the economic environments and encourage as many different entities to come to Mars and set up shop, whether it's oxygen production or any other type of resource production on Mars. You're simply trying to avoid, I mean, there's no great economic insight here. It's simply avoiding monopoly. And I think monopolies are particularly dangerous in places where there is instantaneous lethality, that they can be extremely destructive on the Earth. But, on the Earth, the difference is that if you end up in a coercive regime, you can run off into a forest for a few months and plan rebellion. You can't do that on Mars. If the authority doesn't like what you're saying, they can say to you, either you go along with what we do, or you can have your liberty and we'll open the airlock for you. That's the sort of cynicism that's possible. So going back to your question, I think in terms of large-scale resource production, I would almost, if you're saying large-scale resource production as in a single entity producing large amounts of material, I would say the better thing is to have actually smaller entities, maybe producing smaller amounts of material, but where there's not a monopolization in a single resource.
Thank you very much. We've got 2 more minutes. So the next question is, from the sociocultural engineering aspect, how do we deal with religious, ethnic, and cultural issues in an international community?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, I know this is going to sound a trivial response, but I think you should allow people freedom of expression. I mean, on a Mars station, it can be like a multi-faith prayer center in an airport. That's an international environment where many faiths and many people come through an airport, and there are places where they can go and worship or pray or think about the things that are part of their religious or social or cultural environment. So actually, I don't think it's that part of a Mars settlement is actually that complex. It's complex in the sense you need a Martian government that allows that. And that's what I was saying in my talk. That's not a trivial thing. But the principle of simply allowing multiple varieties of cultural views and religions, that's not difficult to accommodate within any society that believes in liberty. You simply provide the space for people to physically go and worship or think about the things they want to think about. So provided we have a free government on Mars, the acceptance of multiple cultural and religious views should follow from that.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think the time is up, but we would definitely appreciate if you do have some spare minutes to look over the Q&A and maybe answer a couple of questions via chat. That would be amazing.
Yeah, sure. I'll answer those. Great.
So our next speaker will be Dr. Carol Stoker. Carol is, one of the founders of the Mars Underground that preceded the Mars Society going back to 1981. At 1990, at I guess the 4th Case for Mars conference, she had the privilege of regulating my Mars Direct talk to be fit exactly to the right amount of time. which was key to making it a great success. She's a founding member of the Mars Society, took part in the building of the Flashlight Mars Arctic Research Station on Devon Island in 2000. But in her career, she is an astrobiologist and an engineer. She's had intensive and extensive interest in drilling on Mars and in the search for life on Mars. And those, of course, are two closely related activities. So without further ado, here's Carol Stoker.
Hi, everybody. This is quite the impressive session. It's an honor to be included as part of it. So let me share my screen here. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about finding extant life on Mars.
Carol, you might want to start presentation mode there.
Yeah, I'm just about to do that.
Okay, awesome. Looks good.
Okay, so as you may realize, there have now been a lot of landers on Mars. This map shows, and I'm going to show you a lot of maps here in this talk, but this map shows the locations of all the various landers that have landed on Mars in the last 45 years. But the only ones that have ever attempted to find extant life are the ones I've circled in green. This is the Viking missions, which were in 1976. 1976 was a long time ago. Many of you probably weren't even born. This is the first time we successfully landed on Mars. We sent two identical landers. One was landed at a low latitude, the other at a high latitude. The person you might not even recognize is the young Carl Sagan standing in front of the Viking lander. This was a mock-up of the lander, and it was deployed in Death Valley. The landers contained, they had identical payloads, and they contained 3 life detection instruments that searched for evidence of metabolism of soil bacteria, basically using culturing. There was also an organic analysis instrument. This is a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it looked for organic compounds in the soil. So again, there were 3 identical instruments. They each took in soil, and they added nutrients and water and attempted to look for reactions that would indicate metabolism. And all 3 of the instruments gave results that were sort of lifelike, but not in detail. The soil in all 3 instruments was unexpectedly reactive, and all 3 instruments saw reactions. However, there was also a control stage, so you could do the experiment, or you could do the experiment with a control, and the control was to preheat the soil to sterilize it prior to running the experiment. And when you did that, 2 of the experiments, which were the pyrolytic release and the gas exchange experiment, they still got reactions. So that indicated to the investigators that these were not biological. They should have gone away in the control. But the 3rd instrument, the labeled release, still saw results. And those results were, if that instrument were taken by itself, might be considered consistent with biology. But the nail in the coffin actually came from the organic analysis experiment, which showed no organics at all in the soil at levels of parts per billion. And this was thought to rule out biology. But it turns out that this was a false negative result. We didn't realize that for another almost 30 years. So based on the lack of organics and the results from the biology instruments, the final reports stated that reactions were more likely chemical than biological. Well, that was kind of interpreted by the community to say that Viking found there was no life on Mars. Kind of an over-interpretation of what the results said. So I wanted to note, unfortunately, the passing of the pioneers in the search for life on Mars, which were the developers of the labeled release experiment. This was the experiment that had positive results. Patricia Stratt and Gil Levin both died in the last year, unrelated. I mean, they didn't work together at the time of their deaths or even have much interaction at the time of their deaths. But Gil Levin in particular was a tireless advocate that his experiment had proved there was life on Mars. Right to the time of his death, he believed that. So I was a co-I on the Phoenix mission. Phoenix landed at 68 degrees north. This is the most northernmost mission that has ever been flown or landed. And so it landed on ground ice near the North Pole of Mars. And its purpose was to sample the ground ice, but it had a very unexpected result in that sampling, which was the discovery that 1% of the soil is perchlorate. That is a very unusual compound. It's very rare on the Earth. This is its chemical formula here. And so why is perchlorate important? Well, first of all, it burns organic carbon. When you heat perchlorate and organic carbon together, you combust the organic carbon and you produce carbon dioxide. So it is a very potent oxidizer. In fact, it's used as rocket fuel. So it very likely oxidized the organic carbon in the Viking soil during the heating stage. And in fact, CO2 was seen as given off during the heating stage. A second feature of perchlorate is that it's antifreeze. At its eutectic, the freezing point of the liquid solution can be less or about minus 75 degrees centigrade. This is very, very cold. And a third thing that's unusual and interesting about it is it's very strongly deliquescent. Deliquescence is a process where salt crystals pull water out of the atmosphere, out of essentially water vapor in the atmosphere, into their structure. And perchlorate salt crystals do this very efficiently, and they actually become swollen. You can watch them under a microscope swell up and become water drops at a relative humidity as low as 80%. And then once they actually have become water, they're very reluctant to give it up. They will remain liquid, or the drops will remain liquid down to a 20% relative humidity before they will give up that water. So over the last maybe decade of Mars missions, there's been more and more evidence showing up that maybe we've overinterpreted how uninhabitable the current surface of Mars is. And just in the last year, or right before we went into the death spiral into COVID, there was a workshop called Mars Extant Life, What's Next? And there's a paper in Astrobiology in 2020 that's a workshop report from that mission, but from that conference. But basically the conference identified, and the paper goes through the cases for 4 potential habitats for life on Mars. And those are illustrated in this picture, including salt deposits, ground ice, both at mid-latitude and high latitudes, caves, now lava tubes or solution caves, and potentially deep subsurface liquid water aquifers you see over here in the corner. So let's go through them one at a time. First of all, salts. The top of this picture is showing you with the white squares the locations of 640 sites that have been identified on Mars of basically playas that are covered in salt. And playas covered in salt are common in the Atacama Desert, which is thought to be the driest place on Earth. And in those salts, we see cyanobacteria. This is a type of microorganism that grows under the surface of the salt. There's a little tiny green line here. And those, so they have been studied extensively in the Atacama. And my colleague Alfonso Davia has published that these endoliths actually are obtaining water from deliquescence out of the atmosphere at subsaturated conditions. It's also been recognized that in salt crystals, when you have a liquid water body that evaporates, the salt crystals themselves can contain little fluid inclusions that contain microbes, and that these can persist and stay alive on Earth for up to 100 million years. So this is plausible places to look for life on Mars. Another thing has just recently been published. This is a paper by Rivera Valentin in Nature Astronomy in 2020, has shown these are maps of where the colored areas on the maps are where deliquescence from perchlorate could be occurring on Mars today. And this is modern conditions. So what this is showing on the top is the water activity when these deliquescent brines are occurring. And on the bottom is the temperatures at which they're occurring. And basically, water activity is a measure of the amount of water vapor over the solution. It's the ratio between the water vapor and the solution over water vapor over pure liquid water. So it's a way that microbes, basically it's the accessibility. It's a measure of the accessibility of water to microbes. So for terrestrial life, it's recognized that water activity has to be greater than 0.6, but this is showing water activity of 0.8. It's actually quite accessible water. So there could be liquid water happening on the surface of Mars in modern times. The interesting thing about it is it's happening at night. So these are the temperatures it's happening at, -65 to -75. Well, those are temperatures much, much lower than we know terrestrial life can actually use to grow. So maybe this is not habitable for life as we know it, but it's still a very interesting phenomenon. Okay, moving on to ice. There is another recent paper that has shown a map, and this is from that paper by Picot et al. In 2019. It's showing a map of ground ice on Mars in the top meter of the surface. And this map shows that virtually the entire planet at latitudes above 40 degrees, it has ground ice within the top meter of the surface. This is a lot closer and a lot more ice than we ever recognized in the past. The white squares here show the locations where fresh craters have revealed pure ice, white ice. And this is from high-rise imaging. And I show one of those pictures on the right. This was published in 2009 from Byrne et al. The big black blob here is an area that's obscured by dust. So they actually couldn't use this method to measure or to determine whether the ice or whether there was ice there. The ice itself is moving around on the planet as a function of time as a result of changes in the obliquity of Mars. And as you see up here in the corner, the obliquity is the tilt of the Mars axis. It is currently 25 degrees, but 5 million years ago, it was 45 degrees. And here is a plot of obliquity going from the present time back 10 million years. And what you see is that it's cycling up and down. But what happens is that when you get to high obliquity, the latitude or the ground ice is significantly warmer than it is at the present time. So when you get back to 5 million years ago, the average obliquity was 35 degrees, so 10 degrees higher than it is now, and went as high as 45 degrees. Well, on the right side, I'm showing what the summer solstice insolation looks like now as compared to 5 million years ago. The amount of insolation falling on the high latitude regions goes up by as much as a factor of 3. And what this does is it makes those regions a whole lot warmer than they are now. So a very recent paper, this just came out from Mellon and Sizemore, shows what is happening at different landing sites as a function of time. Again, now we're going back in time from the right to the left. And the black line here is at the Phoenix landing site. So this is 68 north. But these other lines are the different landing sites. And what it's showing is that as a function of high obliquity, even at the obliquity of 5 million years ago, which is like 30 degrees, the ice table in many of these landing site locations is coming right almost to the surface. This is like a centimeter below the surface at the Zubrin site. And even the Curiosity site, you can see the ice table is coming almost to the surface. So again, you know, we would expect that there would be some morphological signature of this much ice that recently in time. Okay, so this recognition that the ice gets much warmer at high obliquity has led to a bunch of us developing this Icebreaker mission concept, which was originally proposed to the Discovery Program, and it has actually been proposed to the Discovery Program several times. But it's a mission to search for modern life by drilling to 1 meter depth at the Phoenix site. And the reason we chose the Phoenix site is that this study that was done by Aaron Zent in 2008 was showing that the ground ice would warm up at high obliquity, and that the warm ice, which would be warm enough to support life, would be as deep as 1 meter. So that was the reason for the choice of the 1 meter, so we could sample to 1 meter. Okay, so now moving on to caves. Again, because of high-rise imaging, it has now been possible to see really small features on the ground and map where you see things like this, which are skylights or windows into the subsurface. And these have now been found primarily around the Tharsis volcanoes, but there are other locations on Mars as well. Over 1,000 cave entrances have been mapped, and caves are quite possibly modern habitable environments by being both warmer and wetter than the surface, and they're sheltered from ultraviolet and cosmic radiation, which are challenges for life, especially when it's going through these long periods where it's cold because of obliquity cycling. So caves are host microbes that actually look like rocks. And the microbes that are in the caves are living on rocks. They're metabolizing rocks. They're eating rocks. So this is a couple of examples from lava tube caves. With the pictures on the left are the rock-like looking things that are on the cave walls, and on the right are the scanning electron micrograph images of those structures, which are undoubtedly biological, just based on their extremely complicated morphologies. It has been pointed out yesterday that by Jim Green that drones are a way you could actually get into a cave. This is game-changing, really exciting that we have now the ability to not just fly, but drop into a skylight and assess whether it really is a habitable environment. So finally, kind of putting the ice and caves thing together, this is a map that just came out. This is actually from a Planetary Protection Committee report at the National Academy of Sciences in 2021. And the colored areas on this map show, again, the location of potential ice or ice-rich areas. This big turquoise blob here is probably not ground ice. It's probably hydrated minerals, but it is a signature of hydrogen. But all the other kinds of colors here are undoubtedly ground ice. And what you can see is that there are examples up here in the, again, this is like a 30-degree latitude. So above 30 degrees latitude, there are, and I can't see them on my screen because it's being obscured by some structure here, but there are areas where there's both ground ice and caves. So these could potentially be really exciting places to go look for life, with both a drill, which could drill into the ice and sample it, and a drone, which could fly down into a lava tube cave. So finally, there's deep subsurface is the final area that was identified as a potential area for life. A lot of interest in the deep subsurface aquifer has always been thought to exist. And because it was thought to exist, there were these two different missions that flew orbital ground penetrating radars, but neither one of them ever found evidence of liquid water, which you should see in ground penetrating radar because it has a very high conductivity. Until this paper in 2020 by Laura et al. Showed evidence of a radar reflective area beneath the South Polar ice, South Polar layer deposits, which they suggested was a result of briny liquid water. But after this paper was published, there were other papers that followed up on it that essentially refuted it. So it was pointed out that it was too cold at the depth that this was discovered for even perchlorate brine. Have now been other people have analyzed the same data, and they found other radar bright areas in that same region, but they're found at shallower depths, which should be even colder. And then they have a recent paper just came out is claiming that these could be clays or conductive ice, but they don't think that they're water. So there may not actually be a case here for a subsurface liquid aquifer. Okay, so going back to Carl Sagan and the other pioneers of searching for life on Mars, it's been 45 years now since we've looked for extant life. Isn't it time we look again? So that's what I plan to do for the rest of my career. There's these now 4 very interesting sites we could be looking, and salts and ice can be sampled with current robotic technology, and caves can be sampled or at least evaluated for their habitability with small helicopters like Ingenuity. And that's the end of my talk. I guess I can stop share.
Thank you very much, Carol. And we, as usual, we have a lot of questions, and we'll start with one clarification, I guess, from Adil. And Adil is asking, how did you determine that Mars was tilted a particular way 5 million years ago? Was this done by studying fossils?
That's a really good question. I did not determine that. It actually was first published in a paper. Boy, now I'm blanking on the name of the author. It's actually a French mathematician, and he did a study of the orbital mechanics. It's based on a study of the orbital mechanics. So it's really a theoretical study. There's no conclusive evidence of it. The only evidence of it that I know of is actually just coming to light now, which is this evidence of ground ice being so widely distributed on Mars at the near subsurface. Because basically that ground ice should not be there. If Mars always had the same tilt of its axis, that ground ice would not be there. So it's mostly, there's morphological evidence of periglacial sort of features on a lot of places on Mars, places where ground ice should not be under the current climate. But the other thing is that we have a similar situation on Earth, that the tilt of the Earth's axis changes over time, and that's what causes the ice ages. the thing is that on the Earth, that wobble is only like 3 degrees. But on Mars, it's a huge, huge wobble.
Thank you very much. The next question comes from Fabrizio Bernardini, and they ask, why the thousands of glaciers could not be targets for search of life, in particular the interface between ice and ground that has been shielded by UV for hundreds of millions of years?
Why not? I agree. I mean, there's lots and lots of places you could look. Almost all of the ones that are where there currently is ice are at high latitudes or higher than the lowest latitude place that we have had meteor hit the surface and expose white ice is 39 degrees. Well, I live in Northern California where it's currently 75 degrees and Fahrenheit. and that's at 37 degrees north. I mean, 39 degrees north is not the North Pole. These are very accessible latitudes for our technology and for humans.
Thank you. Next question comes from Jordan. They're asking, will human settlement of Mars help or hinder the search for extant life?
Both. So the situation is the following. I think we need to understand whether there's extant life on Mars, and if so, where it is and how widely distributed it is, and how accessible, how likely it is for humans to come in contact with it, and what it might be like before we go land humans and tromp all over it, both for the integrity of the science, but more importantly, for evaluating the risk. Because presumably those humans are not going to just stay on Mars, they're going to come back to Earth. And when they come back to Earth, they're going to be bringing that life with them. So we really need to understand, is that life a risk to life on Earth? But that said, having humans on site allows you to do a lot of exploration and a lot of analysis of samples and a lot of search for evidence of life that is done. You know, we think we're doing a lot of exploration and getting a lot of evidence, maybe getting a lot of evidence for life, but with the missions that we're doing now, the Curiosity and the Perseverance missions. But if you compare that to what, 3 graduate students and, gathering samples and bringing them back to the lab and doing work, and the pace that would be discovering information, it would, there's just no comparison. We're doing what we can do with robots from the Earth, and it's very, very, very slow.
Thank you very much. Carol, we have 1 more minute. So if, let's see, if you could probably clarify or expand on the criteria in which the soil samples were selected and taken by the Perseverance rover in Jezera's crater for eventual return to Earth in a future mission.
I'm not part of that, not part of the Perseverance team, so I don't really feel competent to be a spokesman for that mission. You should refer that to one of the people that's on the mission.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, we have way more questions that we have time to answer. So if you can stay around and maybe answer a couple of them via text, that would be amazing. But if not, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so do I do that with the chat or the Q&A?
The Q&A.
Yep, the Q&A.
Okay, thanks.
Over to Robert.
Someone's got to turn my video on. Okay. Okay, I'm back. All right. Our next speaker will be Professor Paul Davies. Paul Paul is a cosmologist, an astrobiologist. He is someone who has dedicated his life to looking at fundamental questions. You know, why do the laws of the universe are what they are? Why are they amenable to life and to consciousness? Why does the universe exist? Okay, and what is life? He has a number of books examining these extremely interesting questions. I particularly like his one called The Goldilocks Enigma, which is devoted to this question of why the universe is compatible with life. I think it's an extremely interesting question. In any case, he's going to talk to us today about what is life. So, Paul.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you to the Mars Society for inviting me to speak. Again, I've been to a number of the meetings. This is the first one that I've done via Zoom, but I think we're all getting used to the Zoom world. And as Bob mentioned in the opening remarks, my interest is really in foundational questions. What is life? How did it begin? And how widespread in the universe might it be? So first challenge, as always, is sharing the screen. Let's get the PowerPoint started, which is always a problem for me because, there we go, because the screen sharing bar at the top always blocks the place I need to click to get the talk underway. Yeah.
We see your slides, Paul. Your
That's
audio
good.
is a little bad though. Is there a way you can use a different microphone?
There is, but it's going to just take me a moment to plug it in. Hang on.
Go ahead, yeah.
Right. Is that any better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, let me start then at the beginning. So the question of whether or not we're alone in the universe is one of the oldest problems, oldest and deepest problems in the history of human thought. And for most of history, it's fallen almost exclusively in the provinces of religion and philosophy. But in the last few centuries, science has been able to make a contribution as well. And at the birth of science as we know it, belief that there is life beyond Earth was pretty widespread. So here is a quotation from Kepler, who uses a very curious philosophical argument that our planet has a moon and Jupiter has 4 moons. So what are they for? Well, presumably to make life agreeable for the inhabitants of Jupiter. So he was deducing on those grounds that Jupiter has life. And there were arguments for and against on both philosophical and theological grounds. And this rumbled on right up into the 19th century. But a more scientific view then began to prevail. Nevertheless, belief that Mars, at least, might be inhabited was fairly widespread. And as I'm sure everybody listening to me knows, Percival Lowell built this observatory at Flagstaff in Arizona, specifically to map the canals of Mars. This is one of his maps. These straight lines, which turned out to be purely imaginary, were what some people supposed were dug by thirsty Martians to irrigate their planet. And no doubt this sort of Mars fever played into the success of H.G. Wells' novel War of the Worlds. But a more sober assessment already at that time had kicked in. And it's a curious fact that the theory of evolution, which we associate mainly with Charles Darwin, was independently deduced by Alfred Wallace. And in a 1904 book, Wallace turned his attention to what he called man's place in the universe. And I think we can just read that to mean that the possibility of intelligent life in the universe, and draws the conclusion that the improbabilities of the independent development of man, read intelligent life, even in one other world, are now shown to be so great as to approach very closely the actually impossible. So he was putting a firm dampener on this speculation about life on Mars, or indeed anywhere else beyond Earth. And Carol was saying that there are not many people probably attending today who remember Viking and the young Carl Sagan and so on. Well, I certainly do. So I'm one of the old guys, and I was interested in the search for life beyond Earth as a student in the 1960s in London. And the prevailing view at that time was very much that of Wallace. So, for example, Francis Crick, co-discoverer of the structure of DNA, said that life seems almost a miracle, so many of the conditions for it to get going. And in those days, I was really interested in life beyond Earth, but one might as well have professed an interest in looking for fairies, hence the picture on the screen here, because it was considered self-evidently absurd that something as complex and specific as life would ever arise twice in the universe. This was echoed by Jacques Monod, another Nobel Prize-winning biologist, and again, somewhat sexistly, man at last knows that he is alone in the unfeeling immensity of the universe, out of which he emerged only by chance. So here we're talking about, like, round about 1970, overwhelmingly, the thought is that life on Earth is a bizarre fluke, probably unique in the entire universe. But fast forward just about 20, 25 years, just a generation, and a very different view began to be expressed specifically by Christian de Duve, yet another Nobel Prize-winning biologist, who said that life is almost bound to arise wherever physical conditions are similar to those on Earth. And he coined this ringing phrase, life is a cosmic imperative. The curious thing that I find is that this shift in sentiment from the 70s to the 90s is almost entirely sociological and philosophical. That is, the facts hardly change at all, the scientific facts. This really predated the discovery of extrasolar planets, although I think everybody assumed they were out there. But in particular, our understanding of how life originates really hadn't advanced very much at all in these 20 years. So we've gone from life being a bizarre freak to being a cosmic imperative. And of course, there are various positions in the middle. But an argument that's often used, still is used by many people, is that the universe is so big, there must be life out there somewhere. So if not on Mars, sooner or later, you would find an Earth-like planet with life on it. And then the question is, what is the justification for that statement? Must is a very strong term. What are the odds? Well, we can do the arithmetic. There are probably about 10 to the 22 planets within a Hubble volume. That's the volume of space that we can, in principle, access. And so we can have a go at trying to estimate what is the probability of life somewhere out there. And Mary Wojtek has expressed, I think, this sentiment that the universe being so big has to have. Sorry, I'm manipulating my screen here in a very complicated way. Anybody know? Bear with me, I'm sorry. I was trying to read Mary's quotation, which is obscured by one of the boxes on the screen, and I've lost my mouse functionality because of having to plug in the external microphone. Anyway, so she's expressing the point of view that it's impossible to imagine that there wouldn't be life out there somewhere. So these are very strong statements. Now, what is clear is, of course, there's plenty of real estate on which life as we know it at least, might arise. many estimates of the number of Earth-like planets, depends a bit on how you define Earth-like, within the solar system. And so, typically we're talking billions. But of course, it's not enough to have a planet like Earth for there to be life. In order to have life on an Earth-like planet, life has to arise on it. So habitable is not the same as inhabited. Somehow, non-life has to turn into life. And so however many candidate planets you have, everything hinges on the probability of non-life turning into life. And the question is, in the case of life on Earth, was it a bizarre fluke? That is a dream run of chemical reactions of extraordinary improbability? Or is there some sort of life principle in the universe that fast tracks matter to life wherever conditions are suitable? If there is a life principle or a cosmic imperative, as Christian de Duve put it, we have yet to discover it. It's an act of faith that there might be such a life principle. I'm agnostic about it. I think there might be, but it's certainly not anything that comes out of the laws of physics and chemistry. It's something that we have to add on or discover in addition to those things. What did Darwin have to say on the matter? Well, wonderful quote, "It's mere rubbish at present, thinking that one, thinking of the origin of life, one might as well think of the origin of matter." Sort of curious thing that physicists now can explain the origin of matter, but cannot yet explain the origin of life. And the problem here is a very simple one, but it's often overlooked. It's if you don't know what the process was that turned non-life into life, and we don't know, we just assume it's a sequence of chemical reactions, don't know what they were. If we don't know that, you can't estimate the probability that it's going to happen, because you can't estimate the probability of an unknown process. So it's simply impossible to conclude on the basis of a very large number of potential sites for life that life will be widespread. That will only be the case if the transition from non-life to life is favored. And we simply don't know that it is in our present state of ignorance. Now, of course, there's plenty of work, prebiotic synthesis experiments, such as the famous Miller-Urey experiment. The problem here, there are two problems. One is you don't get very far down the pathway to life. This experiment succeeded in making some amino acids, but they're easy to make and you find them in meteorites and all over the place. So it's no big deal really that you can make amino acids. The implication at the time was if Miller kept going for 1 million years or so, that maybe something would crawl out of the apparatus. But I think, to be realistic, these are just baby steps along a very, very long road to a truly complex living thing. So that's part of the problem, the complexity barrier. But there's a more fundamental problem in my view, and I'd just like to mention it very briefly. If you go to a physics department at a university and say, well, what is life? As Schrödinger famously asked, you'll be given a narrative in terms of matter and force and energy and entropy and molecular shapes and binding affinities and so on. All that's really rather well understood. Those people are very clever. But if you go to a biology department and ask what is life, you're given a completely different account in terms of things like instructions and transcription and translation and signals and coding and encryption. And this is brought home most forcefully with the recent technology of CRISPR, which enables us to rewrite the book of life, edit the genes. So genes are like a transcript, a set of instructions, which we can get in and rewrite. And so the upshot is that biologists use the language of information, physicists use the language of stuff, of matter. So we've got stuff versus bits, basically. And the informational story pervades biology. It's not just the translation of the instructions from DNA to proteins, the so-called book of life, but genes form regulatory networks, sometimes of great complexity, turn each other on and off. Information swirls around them like modules in an electronic system. When we think of a developing embryo, then it's a striking example of how patterns of information coupled to patterns of chemistry to exercise exquisite control. So it's not just a matter of a head count of informational bits. The quality of the information is something very profound, very mysterious. And of course, the big information processor par excellence is between our ears in the human brain. And this extends right up to planetary scales. I say that the biosphere is the original World Wide Web. It really is a web of information. So we can only understand the origin of life by understanding its information. And no example better illustrates the conceptual gulf that exists than the universal genetic code, because this tells us that the instruction set for life is encrypted in a code which is pretty much universal across all known life. It's encrypted information. For these instructions to be acted upon, they have to be decrypted. So there is complex machinery that turns this software into hardware output. And the origin of this is still deeply mysterious. How did molecules write code? How does hardware produce software? Nobody knows. So that's a huge gulf in understanding. And we don't know whether the emergence of software control is something which is written into the laws of the universe in some way, that there's a life principle that ensures that a mishmash of chemicals proceeds down that path with emergent software. It's easy to use the words. It's really very hard to think of what this principle might be or how it might operate. So we're completely in the dark as to how this is done. So contrast this, for example, you want to go to Mars, does it have a magnetic field? Well, how do you test that? Well, you build a magnetometer and it'll read out, as it flies over Mars, read out what the local magnetic field might be. Not very much in the case of Mars. But we don't have such a thing for life. We don't have a life meter. Wouldn't it be nice if we could fly something like this to Mars or Enceladus or wherever is your favorite place? And if it detects life, it would simply read it out. And it would also read out the steps on the way to life. So it may go to Titan, for example, and say, well, it's got 83.4% of the way to life, but it didn't really make it after 4.5 billion years. Somehow that seems ridiculous. Somehow we are missing a fundamental concept if we think that we can just sort of measure the degree of lifeness in a chemical mixture. But we really want to do that. We really want to distinguish also between a prebiotic soup that might be complex enough to be approaching the formation of life from the detritus that comes from once living things that got mashed up, for example, in plumes coming out of Enceladus. We don't know how to distinguish those things, and maybe they can't be distinguished. So these are really fundamental conceptual issues. But let me be stark about it. Suppose we go to Mars and we find an amino acid. Would we be excited? Would we say there is life on Mars? I don't think so. As I've indicated, amino acids are really very easy to make. But suppose we found a ribosome, or more to the point, many ribosomes, then I think everybody would sit up and take notice. So what is it in the spectrum between an amino acid and a ribosome? At what point would we say, aha, this is fishy, there's something going on here, it must be life? Well, the big problem is we lack a definition of life. And there's a famous parable from the geologist and theologian William Paley, who in the end of the 18th century described walking across a heath and coming across a watch lying on the ground, and you pick it up and you examine it and you see how all the components interlock in a felicitous manner, and you assume it must have been designed for a purpose. And Richard Dawkins, in his book, The Blind Watchmaker, which uses that parable, says that life is precisely that which mimics the appearance of design. So one possible definition of life is it has design-like qualities. And let me give a striking example. If you saw this, I think you'd be pretty convinced that life was responsible. We would not expect that type of shape on the moon or elsewhere to arise from non-living means. But how do we capture this in a mathematical theory. How do we build a life meter? How do we come up with some sort of measure of life-likeness? Well, I think it's a very deep problem, but my colleague at Arizona State University, Sarah Walker, in collaboration with Leroy Cronin at the University of Glasgow, has come up with a proposal, a very clever idea. So they insist that life is really a process. It's not a thing. It can't be disconnected from the molecular pathways that lead to it. So it's pathways, not structures, that they think are important. And in a recent paper, they show how these pathways could be analyzed with suitable chemical apparatus and a mathematical function assigned to the improbability of those pathways arising by non-living means. And so it's a sort of, in some ways, it's a circular definition of life, because you can take molecules produced by life and then you can measure their pathway complexity. They define something called the assembly number, the A number. So this is assembly theory, and they assign a value of 15 to the transition between non-life and life. So they're convinced that it's possible to actually fly a mission, to sample the organic material and assign an assembly number to it. And this is a definition that does take into account the software aspects, in the sense that the pathways represent the canalization of information and the processing of information. So it's an informational-based definition, somewhat related to the quantity called logical depth that's been discussed for a number of years. Don't have time to dwell on it. I just want to bring this to a fairly sharp conclusion. I lost a minute or two with the microphone debacle. How can we test this hypothesis of the cosmic imperative if we can't think our way to a solution? How can we test it? Well, of course, we look for a second sample of life. Where do we do that? SETI is one, but that's maybe a long wait. Planetary atmospheres is another, extrasolar planets. Quite a wait for that one, I think. Synthetic biology, you will hear from Steve Bennett and his colleague later today about the possibility of, as it were, making life in the lab. That may give us an indication of how easy or hard it is, at least for us, to make it. I don't know about Mother Nature. And the one, of course, we all want to talk about is going to Mars. And I'm grateful to Carol for having taken care of the description of Viking, the first and last biological experiment NASA ever did on the surface of Mars, despite what you will read in the press. I also want to pay tribute to Gil Levin. I knew him well. Right up until the end, he was staunchly defending his putative discovery of life on Mars. Time may prove him right. It may be that he really did. The problem about Mars, though, as an abode for life, is that, and it's a term very familiar to us in the age of COVID, it's not quarantined. Earth and Mars are not quarantined from each other. The planets take a hit from time to time from comets and asteroids. It splatters rocks all around the solar system. Earth rocks go to Mars, Mars rocks come to Earth. Is one in our meteorite collection at Arizona State University. We've got quite a lot of them. And so this cross-contamination of the planets by rocks, they trade rocks. They can also trade microbes. It's very clear that cocooned inside displaced rocks, microbial life could travel from Earth to Mars and Mars to Earth. So if we do go and find life on Mars, chances are it's borrowing old Earth life. It won't be the second Genesis that we really need to know. There are all sorts of hazards of interplanetary transfer. I don't have time to talk about why they're not a showstopper. I just want to finish with a pet idea of mine. What's the most Earth-like planet we know? It is, of course, Earth itself. And if life really does get going quickly under Earth-like conditions, as many astrobiologists now favor, as I explained, they didn't when I was a student, now they do, then surely it would have happened many times over right here on our home planet. How do we know it didn't? Has anybody actually looked? And remarkably enough, there's been almost no attention to looking for a second sample of life on Earth, sometimes called a shadow biosphere. There could be aliens right under our noses. There could be an alternative form of life with radically different biochemistry. We would overlook it. Our methods in microbiology are customized to life as we know it. They would not spot life as we don't know it, even if it was right under our noses or even in our noses. So my conclusion is that if there is a shadow biosphere of alternative life, then it will be widespread in the universe. Life will be fundamental. There'll be a cosmic imperative. It won't just be a trivial local aberration. And we won't be freaks, but we'll be the product of an intrinsic, bio-friendly universe. We could feel at home in the universe. And if you find these heartwarming sentiments congenial, then do check out a couple of my books. The Demon in the Machine deals specifically with what is life and how did it arise. And just this month, the new book, What's Eating the Universe and Other Cosmic Mysteries. You will find discussion of many of these topics. And I think I've used up my time, so I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this extremely amazing and fascinating presentation. I especially love the quote about Biosphere being the original World Wide Web. That sounds very exciting. So we'll take a couple of questions. We have a few minutes, and I invite everybody to drop their questions into the Q&A. But for now, we have a question from Adil, and they ask, do you know about Dr. John Archibald's concept of a participatory universe? And if so, what is your interpretation of it?
John Wheeler, yes, John Archibald Wheeler was a very great friend of mine, and I would like to think a mentor. He had a great influence on my own thinking. And Bob was kind enough to mention my earlier book, The Goldilocks Enigma, Why is the Universe Just Right for Life? And I dedicated that book to John Wheeler, and I discuss his notions of observer participation. I really try in that book to take the germ of his ideas, which he developed over several decades, and carry them forward, because he didn't really manage to develop them very far. And so I'm quite sympathetic to the idea that the underlying laws of physics and the emergence of life, but more than that, the emergence of mind and this is the key point, comprehension, are written into the structure of the universe. So that this is, if we want to talk about the origin of things, they're all coupled up together. The origin of the universe, the origin of the laws, the origin of life, the origin of comprehending beings, I think are part of what Wheeler felt should be some sort of self-explanatory loop, some self-contained interlocking set of concepts. And I've tried to carry that forward as much as I can in that book. So perhaps I can refer you to there.
Thank you. And the next question is from Ayat, and they ask, what is the best way we can achieve an interplanetary rock travel?
Interplanetary rock travel?
Rock, exactly. I guess that would be a rock, like as a carrier of life.
Yes, so I mentioned that this occurs naturally between planets. Sometimes people use the word panspermia. It's important to realize that the original panspermia had the microbes sort of wafting naked in the interstellar spaces. Very unpleasant experience, but cocooned inside a rock. It's a more congenial environment, but of course the cross-section is much lower. So going from Earth to Mars, Mars to Earth, it's inevitable. Less so from Earth, say, to Enceladus, but not impossible. Going between planetary systems by natural processes is very hard. But could we launch rocks? Could we put Earth organisms into something like rocks and eventually get them hurled out of the solar system and seed life on other planets? Certainly there's been speculation like this. Some people would think we shouldn't be doing that on ethical grounds. Francis Crick, who thought life was so hard to get going, even speculated that it might have been deliberately seeded here in something like a rock sent from a very distant planet. Lots of science fiction written on these things, but in terms of the numbers, they're not very favorable.
Thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you, Dr. Davies. Now over to Robert Zubrin.
Okay. So that's a great talk, and I wish I had some time to ask some questions here because I have plenty, but we're going to have to move on. Our next speaker is Dr. Chris Mckay. Chris Mckay, of course, along with Carol Stoker and Penelope Boston, was one of the founders of the original Mars Underground at the University of Colorado in 1981, and a founding member of the Mars Society in 1998, and also at the University of Colorado. Now, he spent most of his career at NASA Ames Research Center, where his interests have centered on astrobiology, the search for life in the universe in general, Mars in particular, and also in the question of terraforming Mars, where he has done actually most of the original work of importance that has been done in that field. So without further ado, Chris Mckay.
Great. Thanks, Robert, and for the invitation. And I'll just launch right in. Like Paul, I'll share my screen if I can. And here we go. And okay. So terraforming Mars, I'm going to talk a little bit about the physics and the ethics. And can't cover the entire field, but I think we can hit the main points. And I'll try to summarize the main points as we go along. At the very highest level, the motivation for considering making Mars habitable again is the evidence, rather compelling, that it was habitable in the past. So we want to bring back that loving feeling that Mars once had. As Bob indicated, I've been doing this for a long time, and this happens to be 30 years since we put out our first sort of comprehensive paper outlining some of the issues, which was on the cover of Nature, Michael Carroll's wonderful painting. 30 years. And so what has changed in 30 years? You'll see that the key conclusions and the key questions are essentially the same as they were 30 years ago. The approach that we took was a quantitative one. We wanted not just to speculate about terraforming Mars, but work out the equations, work out the energy requirements and the possible drivers and so on. And from that way of thinking, going from this image to this image is a matter of energy. Add energy and you go from the before state to the after state. It's a sophomore physics problem. How much energy does it take to go from a cold, thin atmosphere to a thick, warm atmosphere? And what kind of atmospheres are required? This is a table from that paper. I'm not going to go into a detail. The next chart summarizes it. And I call this the big point number one, that there are really two terraformed Mars that we can consider, two states. One has high CO2 and low oxygen. And that's a very interesting world. It's got plants and insects and worms. And here's a scene from what a planet might look like. This is, in fact, the tree line on Mount Kilimanjaro. But it shows an ecosystem that could do fine with high CO2, low oxygen. There's no birds, there's no mammals, there's no people running around unaided. Or you can imagine another terraformed state, which has on the right, low CO2, high oxygen, and then you can have humans. And this is a picture of a field team in the Namib Desert. A bunch of humans are in the scene. These humans need high oxygen and low CO2, as do most mammals with lungs and fish with gills and so on. So we wouldn't have complex life living freely on a world without high CO2, with only low CO2, high CO2 and no oxygen, low oxygen. But we'd have a very interesting world nonetheless. So keep this in mind, these two possible states. And I'll just remind you that through most of Earth's history, it had very low oxygen. the high oxygen that we enjoy today is recent. It's only a few billion years old. And so Earth gives us these two examples as well. The second big point is that warming Mars up, we're going to have to use sunlight. It is the only energy source available. Sometimes people talk about nuclear weapons, but that just doesn't work. Here is a simple back of the envelope calculation. We just look at the total arsenal of the world, 10 to the 14 megatons. Let's hope it doesn't come off in our backyard. And compare that to the energy on Mars, which is enormous by comparison. In fact, the entire arsenal of the Earth used with 100% efficiency to evaporate CO2 would only add 1% to the CO2 in the atmosphere of Mars, 1% of the current very thin atmosphere. It's negligible. Nuclear weapons are not useful in terms of the energy requirement to terraform Mars. But we can see how important sunlight is. Remember that 1%. But the Martian atmosphere, in a sense, terraforms itself every summer by 30%. 30 times the arsenal of the entire Earth gets used, that energy gets used to put CO2 in the atmosphere as the CO2 shoots up in the summertime as the polar caps melt. Where is that energy coming from? It's an enormous amount of energy compared to what we command as militant humans. That energy is sunlight, and it's only the energy falling on the poles that is driving this change. Sunlight is an enormous force that alters Mars on scales that are unimaginable compared to what we can do already. We have to harness that force if we want to make Mars warm. And hence the big point number two, sunlight is the energy source we have to use. And we can work out, this is again a table from that paper, if we could capture the sunlight, how long would it take to have this energetic transition that we're talking about? Well, I'm not going to go through these numbers in detail, but the answer is if we could capture sunlight with 100% efficiency, 100% of the photons that hit Mars could be used to warm it up and melt the ice and do all the things that are needed to be done on this table, it would take 10 years to make Mars warm and 17 years to make the oxygen. Hey, that's great. 27 years and you're done. But the rub is 100% efficiency is not obtainable. The efficiency for warming Mars with greenhouse gases is more like 10%, as shown here. And the efficiency for making oxygen by biology is 1,000 times lower, 0.01%. So when you work those efficiencies in, the time scale to warm Mars is 100 years. The time scale to make an oxygen-rich atmosphere is 100,000 years. So this is the summary, the pictorial summary of that. Just from looking at the energy balance and the physics, it takes how much energy to make Mars go from the cold left-hand side to the warm right-hand side with an efficiencies as we expect them to be. It's 100 years to warm, 100,000 years for oxygen. Now, 100 years, I can relate to 100 years. If you round off my age, I'm 100 years old. I can easily imagine planning something that will take 100 years to do. 100,000 years, though, that is beyond our perspective. That's beyond our conceptual event horizon. We can't think of what's going to be happening 100,000 years from now, or look backwards and really understand 100,000 years ago. But 100 years ago, that's easy. 100 years in the future, that's easy. NASA's coming up onto its 100-year anniversary. So warming Mars is possible. Making it oxygen rich is not possible within our understanding of current science. So how do we warm up Mars? Well, the obvious answer is the way we're warming up the Earth, with greenhouse gases. We just have to trap the heat, the infrared heat coming from the planet in the atmosphere. This diagram shows the magnitude of the problem. The red line is the energy that Mars received. The blue line is the energy that a warm surface gives off. And the area between that is the warming that we have to capture with a greenhouse blanket. What kind of greenhouse gases to use? Well, we have a lot of experience on Earth with both good and bad greenhouse gases. And the biggest lesson we learned is try to avoid chlorine and bromine. They destroy ozone. We'd like to have ozone on Mars too, thank you. So no chlorine and bromine. You want things you can make on Mars. You can't really carry it. You want to be able to have it for it to have a long lifetime. And ideally, you'd like to have compounds that could be integrated into natural biological cycles. So here are some candidates: methane, ammonia, sulfur hexafluoride, and perfluorocarbons. That bottom list, the perfluorocarbons, turn out to be the best. And so the point number three, the big point number three, is that super greenhouse gases can be used to warm Mars. The process can be quick, taking approximately 100 years, and it's a technology that we have demonstrated and implemented on Earth. We know how to warm up planets, and we know that it goes fast. On timescales of decades, the temperature can go up a couple degrees. So we did a study. Margarita Marinova, when she was a graduate student at NASA Ames, did a state-of-the-art calculation of the warming of Mars due to these greenhouse gases using a detailed line-by-line spectral data from Hashimoto's lab in Japan. And here are the results. You add these gases and Mars warms up. We can map out how we would do the warming. And again, this is something we already know how to do. Big point number four, this is where we hit the big question mark. And there's the big red question mark on the side of the screen. The big red question mark is making Mars habitable, terraforming in general, depends on the amount of material that are there. We got to have the ingredients. What we've learned in point number three is that it's easy to bake the cake, but you can't bake the cake if you don't have the ingredients. And you cannot realistically imagine carrying the ingredients to Mars. What are the ingredients in this recipe? There's three: carbon dioxide, water, and nitrogen. Those are the building blocks that build a biosphere. And if we look at the amount we'd like to have for a warm Mars with plants or a warm Mars for humans, they are vast compared to the amount that's in the present atmosphere or sitting on the surface. So it doesn't seem to be there. And we pointed this out in 1991. The big question about Mars is are the ingredients there already in the cupboard? And the cupboard is the subsurface. The only thing that's changed really since 1991 is the direct detection of nitrates in the Martian soil by Curiosity, published by Jen Stern in what I consider a very important paper for terraforming, although the word terraforming doesn't appear in that paper at all. Found nitrates in the soil at 100 parts per million, which is a lot more nitrogen than is in the atmosphere, which is such low levels that biology can't even use it. So we made one tiny improvement in our knowledge of the inventory, but we still don't know what's going on below the surface. So to summarize, is near-term terraforming of Mars feasible? Well, a CO2-rich Mars, maybe. The physics works. Heating it up the planet is not hard. The time scale is realistic. It's 100 years. We could plan that. Again, the big question is there enough CO2, nitrogen, and water? We know they are not on the surface. If they are there, they have to be subsurface. They are subsurface. So it's drill, baby, drill. We haven't done that on Mars. The deepest we've drilled is about a couple centimeters. ExoMars, the next European mission, I think the most exciting Mars mission on the books, will drill almost 2 meters. That's a step. But to really assess the inventory of subsurface volatiles on Mars, we're going to need to drill kilometers, and we're going to need to drill 100 boreholes. You can't really tell what's going on below the surface from orbit with radar or even on the ground. You've got to drill, drill, drill. That's why the oil industry drills, because they want to get the stuff that's underground. If you want to know what's underground, we're going to have to drill. And I'll just put a plug in for the human capability. The best drillers are humans, not because they're smart, but because they have hands. They have hands. Roughnecks on Mars, sign up. Okay, is the O2-rich Mars, the one that's suitable for humans, feasible? The answer, unfortunately, is no. And the reason is the efficiency of oxygen production is too low by 3 orders of magnitude. And the efficiency here is the efficiency of the Earth's biosphere to turn sunlight into oxygen. And that efficiency is 10 to the minus 4, 0.01%. It's hard to imagine that any sort of synthetic biology could increase that significantly, maybe 1 order of magnitude. So instead of 100,000 years, it would get down to 10,000 years. But I'm not optimistic that you could do it any other way in terms of our current understanding of biology and the chemical energy required. This conclusion is driven purely by conservation of energy and efficiency. So it's not scenario dependent. It's hard, unless you can push on the efficiency, the conclusion doesn't change. Okay, so we can imagine Mars with life. How would that work out? I think James Graham, working with a brilliant artist, Candace Elliott, put together a scenario for how a story for how Mars would change biologically as it warmed. And he invented a very useful model. He said it's like walking down a mountain where you start up on the top where it's just ice and snow and nothing grow, and you move down into the tundra and the Arctic tundra, across the tree line, down into the forests. That's what Mars will be like. And I think that's a very interesting model. And we are using that model to try to calculate how much greenhouse gas do we have to put on Mars to achieve each of those transitions, to go from the ice field to the tundra, where you might have mosses and cushion plants and algae growing, and then to go from the Arctic zone, the alpine zone, down into the tree line. How much do you have to warm Mars to reach the tree line, and so on all the way down. Again, focusing on what's doable. It's a world with trees and plants and insects and worms and humans inside a bubble. Here's one of Candace Elliott's pictures, with the humans inside a breathable space looking out. The space, the dome is thin because there's no pressure differential. It's high pressure outside. But it's like from Jim Graham, the trees might be much higher on Mars. And so this fellow is looking out at these high trees. One of my other inspiring artists in the terraforming domain is Michael Carroll. And here's his picture on the right of scientists on Mars going around in this terraformed condition. They no longer need a spacesuit. They don't have helmets on, but they've got a source of breathing gas because there's no oxygen in the atmosphere. Now, let's move from the physics and those 4 important points to ethics. Mars exploration, and particularly terraforming, brings up 2 completely new questions in environmental ethics. And when I mean new, I mean questions that we have never encountered on Earth and probably will never encounter on Earth. And these questions are: 1, is life of more value than nature? On Earth, that question makes no sense because life and nature are synonymous. But when we leave Earth, they are not. We see a lot of nature out there that has nothing to do with life. And so on Earth, we don't make a distinction between valuing nature and valuing life. If somebody says the core of environmental ethics is preserving nature, that would be the same as someone saying the core of environmental ethics is preserving the diversity and richness of life. On Earth, those statements are the same, and they're used interchangeably. You go to Mars and they're not the same. You go to Pluto, they're not the same. So we've never faced that question before, and people come down on it very different ways. Some people say, no, nature is what's of value. The universe is the way it is. Do not touch. The alternative view is people say, no, it's life that's of value. The universe has a big sign on it that says, go forth and propagate. And that's a mandate for life. So that's a new question. The other new question is, what is the ethical value of a second genesis of life? Paul's talked about that. Could we find, is there a second genesis? Obviously, it has scientific value. Paul was emphasizing that if we find a second genesis of life, we will be much further along in answering the question, is life a cosmic imperative, as Christian Deduve said it, as Paul was quoting. But my question is not what is the scientific value of a second genesis, but what is the ethical value of a second genesis? Do microbes on Mars have warrant ethical consideration if they are representatives of a second different genesis of life? That's a question we've never had to address. Paul indicated that we are searching for a shadow biosphere on Earth. And if we did find it on Earth, we'd have to address that question here on Earth too. But in this context of this talk, I'm talking about finding it on Mars. If we find life on Mars and it's a second genesis, what does that mean? So this brings me to my last big point number 5. The core question in environmental ethics that with respect to terraforming, the core question is raised by indigenous life on Mars that is a second genesis. Not just indigenous life, but indigenous life that is a second genesis. So even if Gill is right, this may not be relevant. Gill has to be right that there's life on Mars, and detailed comparison of that life to Earth life has to establish that it represents a separate origin and not just, as Paul pointed out, stuff that's flown from Earth to Mars on a rock or vice versa. So why is a second genesis so important? What are the reasons that we might have to care about and to assist? That's an active verb, to assist a second genesis. Not just leave it alone, not just quarantine it, but to actively assist it. Sort of in the motto of, you are your neighbor's keeper. And our neighbors may be microbes on Mars. So why would we want to assist the second genesis? Well, I give 3 reasons that appeal to a range of people. Ethical people, well, there's a fundamental ethical principle related to the value of life and the value of diversity in life. We hold that on Earth. Why not extend it beyond the Earth as well? Okay, no ethics. What about utilitarian? Well, there's a direct utilitarian benefit that comes from the direct study of a second genesis. Think about all we might learn about life. Well, those 2 are really ethical principles of one sort or another. Some people have no ethics at all. So the third point is an ego point. Restoring life and restoring a biosphere into a dormant world will look good on your resume. It is a worthy goal for spacefaring people. If we ever do meet the aliens and they say, well, what have you done? We can say, hey, we went to the neighbors and we helped them out. So there's an ego motivation there too. So I think there's many compelling reasons to take a second genesis seriously, search for it on Mars, and recognize that if we find it, it might have implications for our approach to terraforming. And this is the last slide, and it's my cue to turn it back over to the moderator and open up for questions. And thank you for your remote attention.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we've got a lot of questions, and I'll start with the one about solar winds because we've got a couple of them. So Grant is asking, if the pressure on Mars is raised, how quickly would the solar wind depleted? Is an artificial magnetic field required for preserving terraforming on Mars?
Yeah, that's a common question, and it's a good question. The easiest way to understand the answer to that question is look at Venus. It does not have a magnetic field. It gets the full blast of the sun's solar wind, and it has a thick atmosphere. And Mars, if it had a thick atmosphere, on timescales that are relevant to humans, hundreds of millions of years, it would not lose that atmosphere to solar wind sputtering. On timescales of billions of years, it might. So yes, if we made Mars habitable, it might only last for a couple 100 million years. But that's okay. I'm at peace with that. 100 million years is good. Nothing lasts forever, not even the earth and sky, despite the song. Even Earth is not going to last too much longer than that. Its estimated lifetime varies between 500 million and 1 billion years, depending on the details of the model, not from the sun going supernova, but just from the increased luminosity of the sun while it's still on the main sequence. So a couple 100 million years for Mars, then it's somebody else's problem, I guess.
Thank you. The next question comes from Evandre, and they're asking, would other approaches such as solar reflectors to increase the sunlight on Mars be useful in addition to PFCs, or would they not be worth the cost and effort when PFCs could do the job on their own?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it, partly because we don't have any data or experience with huge collectors. I did a calculation once that if you wanted a collector to put in a mirror, in principle, you're still using sunlight. You're still harnessing that big energy source. If you wanted to put a mirror up that would warm up 2% of the surface of Mars, it would have to be the size of the state of Texas. We don't know how to do that. We don't know how to make mirrors the size of the state of Texas in space, and we don't know how to control them and point them. We've never done it. We have done greenhouse gases. We know how to make greenhouse gases to warm up an entire planet. We've demonstrated it. So I focus on the greenhouse gases, not because that's the only way to harness sunlight, but because that's the only way we've demonstrated that we know how to harness sunlight. So in terms of a near-term process, yeah, now there may be some other mechanism for trapping sunlight that someone invents as new technologies available, and then it might change the way we do it. But I'm not optimistic. And as you said in the second half of your question, greenhouse gases are so easy, so dead easy, that why would you spend money and resources to do anything different?
Great, thank you. Next question comes from Nicholas. They ask, Dear Chris, if terraforming Mars turns out to be prohibitively difficult and human colonizers instead devote their efforts to enclosed settlements, how might the plants and animals we bring from Earth evolve differently on Mars?
Well, that's a good question. And I emphasize, I've been only talking about terraforming, which is working with the planet as a whole. There are a lot of concepts for domed civilizations and para-terraforming, and those are good, but I'm not interested in them. I'm sort of fixed on the whole planet. But it may be that in parallel or instead of terraforming, there are huge settlements that are enclosed, and the Earth-like atmosphere can be then generated inside those habitats. The one difference that cannot be altered is the gravity. So humans and animals in those habitats will have Earth-like conditions, except the gravity will be 1/3. Your question is then, can be rephrased as, how will humans and other life forms evolve in 1/3 gravity? And the answer is, we don't have a clue. We don't have a clue. We have never done long-term experiments in partial gravity. We don't know what if a human child will be born and develop normally, if plants even. We don't even know about plants. It's an important question, and we just assume the answer is yes. Everyone who talks about going to Mars just assumes that 1/3 gravity will not be a problem, and that we will be able to have humans living on Mars, reproducing on Mars, and so on, and the 1/3 gravity. We don't know that that's true. We hope it's true, but we don't know that that's true. And the first humans on Mars will be guinea pigs, and we'll have to see how it goes. Now, we could do some experiments with animals, some small primates that can be used as animal models that could be grown on Mars. You could even use mice, but they're not as good a model for human placental development and birth as some of these primates are. But we have no plans to do that work. So we're sort of out on a limb, assuming that it's going to be good, that gravity, 1/3 gravity is fine. We're sort of betting on it being fine. If it's not fine, it's going to hit us as a real big problem with no solution.
Okay, Thank you, Chris. That was a great talk. I should add that at the age of 69, I'm beginning to find some problems with one gravity. So I would be quite interested to see what the 1/3 gravity alternative is like. But in any case, our next speaker is a really profound person, is Dr. Steve Benner. Steve Benner basically invented the field of synthetic biology. His team was the first to synthesize a gene that could create an enzyme. He has invented diagnostic tests for a multitude of diseases, AIDS, various types of hepatitis. In fact, he was one of the first people to invent a rapid test for COVID, which unfortunately the FDA delayed forever in approving and caused thousands of deaths that way. But in any case, his thoughts are, on the nature of life are profound, because he's been looking at how to make it. Because if you can make it, you can understand it. And if you can't, you don't. Anyway, here's Steve Benner.
Well, thanks. And again, if you can hear me, the next task becomes to share my screen. So let's share the screen. And I'm hoping, can we hear me? And can we now do the PowerPoint slideshow? Great. There you go. All right. Well, thanks very much, Robert. And I'm assuming you are seeing only my slideshow and not the little side clip that shows all the nice pictures of all the other people who spoke here. We've given you somewhat of a provocative title, How SpaceX Could Find Life on Mars as it prepares for planned missions. This is actually being given with my colleague, Jan Spacek, who actually is here in the United States on a coronavirus visa. As Robert has pointed out, in my day job, we actually do useful stuff like testing for viruses. But the points for today are more fun than that. And I want to just convey the fact that first, over the past 2 decades, data from synthetic biology, which Robert has just mentioned, but also the geological history of Earth and Mars from NASA explorations, as well as studies in prebiotic chemistry, have given us really increased confidence that life originated on Mars. There are borate and other minerals needed to do that, we think. That if it did originate, we think it likely survived to the present day. And this is the Jurassic Park Jeff Goldblum dictum that life finds a way. And third, we have presented from these 2 things universal and detectable molecular signs of life's present. And we now know, I think, at least we have with increasing confidence the view that we know how to look for those signs and where to look for them. Now, I'm delighted to always share a panel with Carol Stoker, because as she has said, as exactly my sentiment, she works for NASA, I don't, so I have the ability to say it just a little bit less politely than she does. As Chris pointed out, I'm 100 years old if you round, and I'm convinced at this point that NASA may never, that means in my lifetime, look for life on Mars. And so for that, if Martian life is to be found again in my lifetime, a private organization must look for it, which is hence the mention of SpaceX. So let's just see what I can do here. So what we're going to do here is give you the conclusions of this talk first, because it makes it easier for the talk to be followed. And the first point that we make is that synthetic biology defines what alien DNA looks like. And the way it does that is because synthetic biologists go into the laboratory, they make all sorts of alternative forms of DNA. We find out what works and we find out what doesn't work. And that way we can define the universe of possible informational molecules. And there's that word information, which Paul Davies just mentioned to you, right? Biology is very much connected to information, and informational molecules are very much important for that. You have to actually make the word flesh. You actually have to make a molecule that holds the information. The information alone can't exist in a vacuum. The second thing I have to persuade you, and this is a conclusion again, is that alien DNA must have a repeating backbone charge, negative charge or positive charge. In your DNA, the backbone charge is negative. It's carried by the phosphates, for those of you who are familiar with the chemistry of DNA. In a coronavirus RNA, the backbone charge is also repeating negative, but repeating positive charge backbones are also positive. But the point is that for an informational molecule to work, it must have a repeating backbone charge. And we like to say in the business, it must look like a polyelectrolyte, that is a repeating charge. Great. So it turns out that's useful because highly charged molecules are easily isolated from water, even when they're present at very, very high dilution, very low concentrations. And that's because they move in electric fields. Positive charges make a molecule move towards a negative charge electrode. Negative charge molecules, of course, move towards a positively charged electrode, and they can be captured on charged surfaces. And that's going to be an important point to try to get alien DNA, that is in this case, Martian DNA with a repeating backbone charge, positive or negative, we don't know which, out of a large amount of water, even if it's present there only in very small amounts. Okay, there's something called an agnostic life finder, an ALF, which if you agree that these are universal statements of life, that is, if you're universal statements for an informational molecule that's necessary to support Darwinian evolution, which theory says is the only way in which matter can self-organize to give properties that we value in life, then we can build an agnostic life finder that will exploit the facts that I've just mentioned in points 1, 2, and 3. So that's cool. Now NASA, again, I mean, as the older I get, as you know, there's just as much time between Charles Lindbergh's flight and the Viking 1976 mission as there is between the 1976 mission and me today. So that's a long time, as Carol mentioned. So, but even if NASA is slow, and we heard the NASA administrator this morning say the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go long, go with other people. Well, when you're only going to live 80 years or whatever I'm going to live, you're not so interested in anything but going fast, because that means if you don't go fast, you're not going to go. But SpaceX will go. And when it goes, at least according to Elon Musk, it will mine volumes of water to make fuel for the return trip. And in that volumes of water, ALF could be an expensive add-on to SpaceX's in situ research utilization mining of water to make that fuel. And of course, as you've already heard from Carol this morning, and also from talks yesterday and the day before, water is likely to be abundant on Mars. And I'll give you in a moment some of the reasons why we think it should hold Martian life. So let me just give you a little bit of background. So synthetic biology tells you how to look for Martian life, and by searching the universe of structures for alien DNA. So to illustrate, I'm going to show you what your DNA looks like, sort of. There's a cartoon form on the left. If you're interested in the molecular form on the right, I'm going to use the cartoon form here. Synthetic biologists change the structure of DNA in the lab to learn what different kinds of structures are possible as informational molecules. So some changes you can make and the molecule still behaves for information purposes, and some changes you can't make and you learn from that. So these are asking what if or why not questions. So for example, your DNA carries information, as Paul mentioned, by building units that follow 2 rules of complementarity. First, they have to be size complementary. That is, that small things have to pair with large things. And there you have the 2 Lego bricks, small and large. And that means that the overall combination of 2, the base pair, all has the same size, more or less, whether it's GC or AT or TA or CG. And the second thing is that hydrogen bonds must be complementary between those 2 bases. So the hydrogen bonds are represented by blue prongs and red holes, and in the Lego model, they fit together. So if you want to ask what if or why not questions, you might say, well, why not other patterns of prongs and holes? Aha, that's a what if or a why not question, and synthesis can answer this because we can actually make DNA with 12 letters. We actually know that it's possible. We know this because we've synthesized it in the laboratory and it performs the service of storing information. In fact, it forms structures. We know this because we made those structures in the lab and use them in these diagnostics products that are now somewhere around the neighborhood of $1.4 billion. This stores information better than four-letter DNA, which means if you're Ferengi that you have more profit. And expanded DNA, however, has also the ability to evolve, which is the archetypal feature of an information or biomolecule. And this just shows you a scheme. I won't go into the details here. We are making libraries of alien DNA. We're presenting them to cancer cells. Some of the alien DNA binds, some of it doesn't. We throw away the stuff that doesn't bind, or we recover the stuff that does bind. And then we further mutate that alien DNA to get these evolved fluorescent alien DNA molecules that here bind and paint breast cancer cells and deliver drugs. And so that's more profit to support astrobiology research here for fun. So we can change the informational storage units at the very fundamental level. And this has caused a level of despair among those who seek alien life, because if you can change this, then you can change anything. And if you can change anything, we cannot possibly know what to look for when we go look for life on Mars. And so Carol Cleland, who is shown on the slide, cites our work to show how difficult it will be to construct a universal theory of life. And indeed, synthetic biology does show how different biochemistry might be. But, and this is an important point, synthetic biologists have also found features that are invariant in DNA, structures that must be present in any informational molecule that is capable of supporting evolution. And that's, of course, what we're going to look for, right? All you assume is that you assume only that Darwinian evolution is the only mechanism that allows matter to autonomously assemble to give features that we value in biology, no matter where in the galaxy this life is. And that's going to be something that is going to focus, that will tell us what we cannot change. And here are two things that we have learned through synthetic biology that we cannot change. One is that the informational units must all have the same size and shape. And that's why there's size complementarity on the base pair, because the base pair must all have more or less the same size and shape, even if you change the ability to bind. And second, backbone supporting these DNA must have a repeating charge. Those are two such important points for an alien or agnostic's life finder that I want to emphasize them, because we actually know these as an experimentally validated statement, but they also have strong theoretical support. There is Erwin Schrödinger, who Paul Davies mentioned to you. He's actually the same Schrödinger of the Schrödinger equation, but by 1943, he was slumming and doing biochemistry. Now, he knew nothing about the structure of DNA in 1943, but he knew that simple binding cannot guarantee faithful information transfer, at least at the scale that it is needed for life. For that, Schrödinger needed what he called the physics of phase transition. And for that, exchangeable informational building blocks must have all the same size and shape. They must all fit into what he called an aperiodic crystal structure. And that's kind of useful. So that means that Martian DNA may have 4 building blocks or 6 building blocks or 8, but to support evolution, they must all have more or less the same size and shape. And so if you encounter such a polymer on Mars, that is one way you know that it is a biopolymer. This is coming from something that you would call living. So there's another thing that cannot change, and that is that you must be able to, when you evolve, have your informational polymer, your genetic system, able to change its information content without changing the physical behavior of the molecule, like its solubility, its reactivity, its molecular recognition rules. Now, one point that I have a hard time making, especially at a distance, is when I can't look at the audience and see whether they're catching on, is the point that such polymers are actually very rare. Proteins are not an example. And I've shown on this slide here an example from sickle cell anemia. If you make one amino acid replacement in the hemoglobin that is inside these red blood cells, the hemoglobin precipitates, right? And that forms this sickle cell, which is a characteristic of the disease. So the point is that you can't have your informational molecule precipitating when it changes its information to give you information that might make you more fit in a Darwinian sense. So Martian DNA may have 4 building blocks, 6 or 8 or 10 or some other thing, but its backbone must have a repeating positive negative charge. it must be a polyelectrolyte because the repeating charge so dominates the physical properties of the DNA molecule. It makes it always soluble in water, no matter what the base pair sequence is. It makes it have the same molecular recognition rules, no matter what the base signature is. Okay, and so these are universals, and these are universals that are taught to us by synthetic polymer. So there you go. There's the summary slide. All life has informational polymers with size, interchangeable building units, and in water, a repeating backbone charge. We know this because of theory, as I just discussed. We know this because of synthetic biology. In the lab, many things have been tried that violate those rules. They don't work. And we, of course, can look for confirmation in Terran life, although this is hardly necessary anymore. We don't look to Terran life any longer to define or constrain our views of what molecular structures are essential for Darwinian evolution. So this is necessary for life. It's also, if the RNA first model is correct, which I will not go into, sufficient for life. And furthermore, it's not sustainable for long without the presence of life. So now I would normally pause and ask for a show of hands, but not on a virtual conference. Here's a quiz for the listeners. If you want to find life on Mars, what must you look for and where must you look for it? And just since this is an open book test, you must look for a polymer with a repeating backbone charge assembled from size interchangeable building units, and you will look for this in Martian water or Martian ice permafrost. How are we doing? Well, no hands are raised. So there you go. This 2 points, a backbone with a repeating charge and informational units that are size and shape interchangeable, form the basis of an agnostics life finder, which has the convenient acronym ALF. There is ALF on Mars. The repeating charge is very useful, as I mentioned already, since polyanions like our DNA or polycations can be concentrated from very dilute solution in electric fields. You can go to our blog here, which is at Primordial Scoop. Jan Spacek has a piece there. That's the reference. But if you just remember primordialscoop.org, it's a useful place to go see a lot of these issues discussed. If Martian water holds polycharged molecules assembled from units with all the same shape and size, we have had a Martian biology, and this is a Paul Davies life meter. So here is a design from Jan. You're going to exploit electrical fields. There's a positive charged electrode on the left in red and a negative charged electrode on the right in black. Water, say from in situ research utilization, mining is flowing in from the top. As it enters that blue hashed area, you are going to electrophorese the molecules that are negatively charged to the left and the molecules that are positively charged to the right, depending on what Martian informational molecules have. This is what's called a free flow electrophoresis or countercurrent. You actually do not have any filters to clog. The molecule has to sort of electrophorese up the flow, which is represented by those blue arrows, where it will eventually be captured on a cartridge. And the key point about this ALF is it can stand astride a flow of conditioned water to concentrate polyelectrolytes from very dilute solution at little additional cost. And we notice that there's electrolysis going on here. The O2 is coming out the top on the left side, and the H2 is coming out the top on the right side. And those are actually precursors for in situ fuel generation. Those are actually resources that will be used. So you're not going to waste those, nor for that matter will you waste the heat that's going to go into helping you do the water ice mining. So there you go. So SpaceX could find life on Mars. These are the conclusions of the talk by, right? Alien DNA must have this repeating backbone charge. We know this because of synthetic biology work. Highly charged molecules are easy to isolate from water. Agnostic life finder finds these, and NASA, but the problem is that NASA will not ever build from ALF. Now, and we certainly tried to get them to do so, and I'm now going to do a crude advertisement. If anybody who builds instruments, I don't do much instrument building, wants to come give me a call, we would be delighted to collaborate with you and to build an instrument that will do this. The political part of this talk, and it gets me into trouble, I have to say at the outset, I love NASA. My father-in-law was an engineer for Apollo. There he is on the right, even with his shirt pocket protector. I actually encourage NASA to try to do this, think outside the box and do something more than just writing white papers that achieve community consensus. And by the way, it's not just NASA, it's other space agencies. There's this wonderful quote from Farron about 4 years ago where he pointed out that life is, the ESA mission was intended to search for life on Mars. That was its objectives. But it was explicitly banning from going to special regions, was where Martian life might be. And I'm now quoting from their paper, as a consequence, this billion-dollar life-seeking mission will not be allowed to search for life everywhere on Mars, except in the very places, especially in the places where we might expect life to exist. And this incongruous situation has been stagnant actually for a long time. And I won't go through the story. I just loved Carol's summary of this discussion with Gil Levin and Patricia Stratt. I mean, there was life detection. They were positive signs. They were countermanded by the mass spec, GC mass spec that Carol mentioned. I mean, my only contribution with this field was, again, now 22 years ago, to point out that those mass spec data were misinterpreted. And it's been 22 years before now, finally in Carlsbad, as Carol mentioned, in November 2019, NASA finally at last had a workshop to detect extant life on Mars. Now, NASA doesn't do chemistry very well. For example, I was listening to Penny Boston the other day talking about how do you detect life, and I was just waiting for her to actually mention chemistry. Now, she's a very good biologist, of course, but not a single word about chemistry. So if you want to hear more about my complaints, there's my book on the lower right-hand corner, Life, the Universe, and the Scientific Method. So some private enterprise must fly ALF. Fortunately, ALF can be a low-cost add-on to SpaceX in-situ fuel generation mission, because what it needs is water, a lot of it, right? Because the more water you have, the more chance you're going to find Mars biology. Mars has lots of water, and you've already heard about this. On Earth, by the way, the permafrost on Mars would hold ALF detectable life. But of course, on Mars also, the SpaceX must mine a lot of water. About 150 tons of methane are going to be made each year for 2 years. And that mining must be running before humans arrive to manage the problem of forward contamination. And so if you put ALF between the water mine and the downstream processes, it would be a relatively low cost, low energy add-on to ISRU. Now, where to look? Here's our two pictures from Jan, right? If you're worried about special regions, of course, the dust storms will bring the special region dust to your landing site. And of course, if you're worried about planetary contamination, the dust storm shall take your poop from the landing site to other special regions. So it's not making much sense, but perhaps we are hesitant to look for life on Mars because we think that life is not present on Mars. So this transforms actually into two questions. What's the probability of life emerging on Mars? And what's the probability of life persisting on Mars? Now, we have a relatively good model for the life emerging on Earth. And this is a bit different from the dismal picture that Paul just presented to you. I saw Paul 2 years ago where we actually talked about this paper on prebiotic chemistry that could not have happened. And so we had this model for life emerging on Earth about 4.36 billion years ago by an abiological synthesis of RNA from borate minerals, and I've mentioned that already, from carbon reservoirs that are stabilized by bisulfite addition products. That's relevant because bisulfite products are made from sulfur dioxide, which comes out of volcanoes, and it's made by material that contains carbon and nitrogen organics that are produced after impacts onto the surface of Earth. And it's a bit different from what Paul presented, but the important thing is it's almost the same. All of that happened as well on Mars. In fact, because of plate tectonics, or the absence thereof on Mars, we have a much better record of the surface of Mars nearer to origins that we have on Earth. And in fact, the borate minerals are detected by Gazda in the paper that I cite here. And if you're interested in more of this, you can go back and look at the primordialscoop.org webpage. A lot of these issues are discussed. So we actually do think that Mars life is of an environment that is just as likely to have raised life originally, that is, life was just as likely to have originated on Earth as on Mars. Now, the persistence of life is another question. On Earth, obviously, any place that has water and energy available, Terran life has found a way to occupy it. We cannot be sure that on Mars, life would have done the same thing as the planet cooled and dried and lost much of its atmosphere. But there is this Jeff Goldblum line from Jurassic Parks that life finds a way. So there is the conclusions. I'm now done. My final slide. I don't put a slide left blank like Chris does, but again, the points that we want you to take home with you, and you can go to primordialscoop.org to see user-friendly. These are not scientific research papers, which are dense, but they're user-friendly presentations of these same points. That first, synthetic biology defines what alien life DNA molecules might look like, because we've tried a lot of other things, and we've systematically explored the universe of alternative structures. This includes invariants, repeating backbone charges, and similarly structured informational building units. That highly charged molecules are actually nice. It's good that that's a part of the universal genetic structure because they're easy to isolate from water. They move in electric fields and are captured on charged surfaces. The agnostic life finder that Jan has designed exploits these facts. Now, NASA may never build, at least not in my lifetime, an ALF, but SpaceX will be operating in my lifetime. It will be mining volumes of water to make fuel. And ALF can be an inexpensive add-on to the SpaceX ISRU mining process. Nice because it's looking at huge volumes of water, which increases your chances of finding things. And of course, the point is that since life on Earth and life on Mars seem to us, based on chemical and mineralogical models, have equal chances of originating, we expect that life did arise on Mars, and again, under the principle that life finds the way, should have persisted there. And we're looking for instrument collaborators to make it so, as Jean-Luc Picard says. So with that, let me stop. I think we have a few minutes extra, and I'll be happy to stop sharing my screen if I could figure out how to do that, and ask her any questions you might have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the presentation. Let's see. So the first question we have is, should engineered synthetic life incorporate additional nucleotide bases so as to enhance additional novel synthetic proteins with novel functional amino acids?
Right. Well, that's a good question. And we've done that. Yes. So one of the things that we do know that additional letters that I've shown you are able to do is operate in translational systems to make proteins with additional amino acids. And so you have people all over Earth right now trying to figure out what additional amino acids they should add and what kinds of additional properties that they should use. If you're Ferengi, you would be happy to know that there's a company, Floyd Romersberg started, called Synthorx, which earns much profit. They were sold, I think, for $2.4 billion because they were able to use an expanded genetic alphabet to add just one additional amino acid to a protein biosynthesized using a ribosome.
Thank you. Next question comes from Tony, and they ask, in the variations of DNA that have more than 4 codes, what do the patterns code for? Is it the same proteins we're familiar with or something else?
Well, they code for what the synthetic biologist makes them code for, right? So if I want to include those additional bases into a translation system to encode for things, I have to make a transfer RNA molecule that has the anti-codon built out of the expanded building blocks. I also have to make a messenger RNA that does that. But when we select for these things that are binding to breast cancer cell or delivering drugs to cancer cells, for example, we're actually not doing a translation at all. We don't make any proteins because we have extra building blocks in the DNA and extra functional groups on those building blocks. Our expanded DNA looks a little bit like proteins, and so it can bind to things better than 4-letter DNA and can catalyze reactions better than 4-letter DNA. In fact, you can imagine an entire Martian life form that just uses expanded DNA without making proteins at all. And there is a theory, the RNA first theory, which I briefly mentioned, which says that life on Earth actually emerged with RNA being the only encoded biopolymer that did both genetics and metabolism.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And we are right on time for our next speaker, but we do have more questions. So if you have maybe a couple of spare minutes, it would be great if you can answer them by text through the Q&A panel.
Excellent.
Okay, so our next speaker is going to be Dylan Taylor. Dylan Taylor is a businessman. He has been the CEO of Fortune 1000 companies, involved in banking, real estate, and now he is involved in space investing. He's the CEO of Voyager Space Holdings, which is hopefully going to put together the next SpaceX. But he's also the head of Space for Humanity, which is a nonprofit which seeks to democratize space, to make human expansion into space something that truly benefits all of humanity. So without further ado, Dylan Taylor.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Robert. I really appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen and launch my slides here. Okay, so really what I'd like to do with my presentation today is be a bit provocative. The topic is opening up space for humanity, but hopefully I'll give you some topics to think about. I really want you to consider our future together in space. So first and foremost, let me just ask a very simple question, or should be simple. What is space? And I've reflected on this quite a bit within my career, but I think there's a lot of answers to that question. One is, of course, it's a technical challenge. We know that. And it's a harsh environment. It's not designed to have humans living and working in space without technology. It's also, as Robert just mentioned, an investment opportunity. And increasingly, retail investors are becoming interested in space for that reason. But I think fundamentally, in addition to it being a destination, for me, what it really means more than anything else is a tool for transformation. And I want to spend more time talking about that because I think building a sustainable space economy very much has to win not only the minds of our colleagues here on Earth, but also the hearts. And I want to spend some time talking about that as well. So the answer, of course, is all the above, right? Space is all of those things and more. But I want to focus on a couple of key areas within that framework. And I'll also ask another question that I'd ask you to reflect on. Why does space matter? And, you know, I think for many people, it's exploration. It's the innate gene that we possess as humans to ask what's over the hill. And we've been doing that since, humans began roaming the Earth, as we know. And it's also a bit, I think, this promise of gain, of fortune, of making your mark, sort of the ambition, if you will. But I also think, for me, what I would say is space is a new paradigm. And it inspires us and it allows us to reimagine the best version of what humanity can be. And the reason why I think that's important is we have to win people over if we're going to unlock the economics that we're going to need to truly open up space. I also think space represents the best of us and it embodies a more hopeful future. And I think we can all agree, regardless of your politics, we need more optimism and hope in the world today. There's no doubt about that. So I would just ask you to reflect on this. What is your why? Why are you involved in space? Why are you interested in space? And I would reflect on a really high quality answer to that because I think it really does matter. Well, let's talk about the how. I mean, the why is important, but without the how, we're just dreamers, right? We're not getting anything done. To me, the how is all about harnessing innovation and assembling capability in an economically useful way. So let me unpack that a little bit. The new space phenomenon is real. Credit Elon at SpaceX and others. The innovation is at an all-time high, but it's not necessarily being harnessed. And what do I mean by that? We have disparate capabilities that are innately complementary, but there's really not a single company or a single entity that's really assembling that capability in useful ways. I also believe in free markets, and we must have an economically sustainable space economy. Otherwise, we're not going to get escape velocity. We just won't have the engine burning or the fire burning to keep the space economy going. So the other thing I would just ask you to reflect on, I'll spend a little bit of time, Robert mentioned Space for Humanity, to reflect on the importance of social change. And why am I bringing that up in a business technical presentation? It's because without this, I think we have run a real risk of not getting enough people on board to really have the substantial resources we need to open up space. So I think it's really, really, really important. And just reflect on what the Apollo mission did. You know, I think 1 billion people tuned into the image on your screen there. I wasn't alive at that time, but it was a transformational event for humanity. And of course, the Earthrise photos we know, born the environmental movement. The first Earth Day was, I think, about 6 months after this picture was taken. So it opens up our perspective. And I think that's really, really, really important. My viewpoint is if you want to change people's mindset, you should change their context. And this has been presented before. I think a few of you probably have seen this, but this is sort of a, what's your perspective? What is the highest state that you relate to? And I think most people are kind of stuck in that tribal band there, perhaps, or maybe they're a bit nationalistic. But I think what we need is a broader perspective. And I think space really does create that. Okay, so let's talk about what's happening actually in the industry and what's driving the economics. Substantial disruption, as we all know. And really, as we all know, because we're in the industry, the era of, call it disposable airplanes, where we were flying a Airbus 380 from Dubai to New York and throwing it away at the end of the flight, that's over. And again, credit Elon, credit Gwen, credit SpaceX. They really cracked this nut. And for me, it was really the SpaceX Falcon Heavy dual landing that just completely blew my mind. And I think that was also a milestone within the industry where retail investors were really starting to catch on, saying, you know what, something really significant is happening in space. So that's a key disruption, because a lot of the business plans in space now close because we have inexpensive, reliable, reusable launch. And of course, the prices have went down substantially. These are round numbers, of course, but the space shuttle was circa $100,000 a pound. We're headed towards sub $1,000 a pound. And if Starship works, and I don't think anybody would bet against Elon, I certainly wouldn't, it further changes the game even more with heavy lift capability. So let's talk about the actual space tourism piece. I think this is really important from, again, winning the hearts and minds of people outside the industry. It was, when I gave this presentation earlier in the year, about 590 people have been to space. Of course, that number has already changed. And I think the current number, depending on whether you define space as the Kármán line or sub the Kármán line, is around 604. So this is changing incredibly rapidly, as we all know. And just reflect on this: 604 people total have crossed the Kármán line, round numbers. But within that number, only 24 people have actually seen the Earth in totality, right? Been deep enough in space to actually be able to put their thumb and block Earth out. And of course, only 12 walked on the moon. And reflect on, estimated 110 billion people who have ever lived. The number of people who cross the Kármán line are just ridiculously a small percentage of humanity. And just reflect on, of course, this billionaire number moves around daily, but about 2,200 billionaires, about 1,000 Nobel Prizes awarded. So you're more likely to be a billionaire or a Nobel Prize winner than you are to have crossed the Kármán line. And that's changing, of course. We've got Virgin, they're now grounded, doing a refurbishment until next year, but they've opened up ticket sales again. Of course, Richard went earlier this year to great fanfare. And then, of course, Blue Origin, they just had another flight. The William Shatner remarks, I don't know if, I assume many of you saw those remarks. It's really the first time we've sent an artist to space. And I thought he was incredibly eloquent and quite incredibly poetic with his words, talking about the blue comforter of space. I was blown away by his remarks. And I think increasingly when we get everyday citizens to space and more people who have these broader emotional perspectives, I think we're going to get more context as well. So of course the price, I think the new ticket price with Virgin is $400,000, $395, I believe is the number, round numbers. That's expensive. Most people can't afford that. That's a top 1% ticket price for sure. So as Robert mentioned earlier, I'm very passionate about asking the question, what about the rest of humanity? How do we open this up for others? And I think it's critical. So I did found Space for Humanity in 2017. It's run by a superstar named Rachel Lyons. I remain on the board. And it's really all about democratizing access to space, selecting crews that would fly eventually orbitally, but initially suborbitally. And then in exchange for being sent to space and being part of this crew coming back to Earth and basically taking on a fellowship to make the world a better place. And that's really the commitment in return for getting their ticket paid for. So this is a bit hyperbolic, of course, but the ambition would be anyone could be born anywhere in the world and have the ambition to go to space and potentially the capability and opportunity to do it eventually. And I think that's really, really, really important as we're trying to inspire the next generation. I think role models are key, access is key, and getting people excited about the future is key. So I'm super passionate about this. I encourage you to check out Space for Humanity. We had a great month last month where Virgin Galactic had the raffle benefit Space for Humanity. And then Space for Humanity was also the beneficiary of the $1 million gifts that Blue Origin did via their foundation, Foundation for the Future. So that was quite a surprise, and it's going to open up access to a lot of people to go to space, which is great. So let's talk about market implications. I want to reflect a bit on what's happening in the market and how we can create more economic sustainability, because I think that's critical, especially for deep space. So as we know, space is a large market, but it is going parabolic. It is going exponential. We're finally hitting the hockey stick of growth that's promised in every business plan I've ever read. And basically, depending on what investment bank you listen to, we're going from roughly $300 billion market to $1 trillion market by as early as 2030 or as late as 2040. And some people have that market at 2 trillion. It depends a little bit on what you include in that. But the point is the growth is going to be absolutely, unlike anything we've ever seen. But we have tremendous disruption. So with all respect to the most capable companies in the industry sitting at the top, they're large and it's difficult for them to innovate. So the whole new space phenomenon is real. And what you often see with these S-curves, it's classic S-curve, where you have a company that has rapid growth, they calcify a bit, they start to not invest as much in innovation or structurally have impediments to innovation. And then you have an upstart that initially is the bottom end of the market. And I want to make that key point. Disruption always happens from the bottom end, not the top end, right? When you think about SpaceX's first rocket, it wasn't a Six Sigma classified satellite launch, right? And so you eat away at the bottom end of the market. But what ends up happening is as that disruptive technology starts getting more and more the economics of a particular segment, and they rapidly innovate, that's the key thing, rapidly iterate and innovate to make the product better, you reach a point where there's a tipping point. Of course, we've seen this in launch now with SpaceX. And now, in addition to SpaceX winning a lot of the launches that they were winning previously, they're now getting the most difficult missions, right? The ones that require literally Six Sigma reliability. So the whole market then inverts. So it's a really interesting phenomenon. I would recommend to you, if you haven't read it, The Innovator's Dilemma, written by Clay Christensen, who passed away a couple of years ago, Harvard professor. But he writes very eloquently on this this disruption, which it's a pattern that repeats in many industries. So just to emphasize this point, this graph shows global PC sales in the light blue line, and then global mobile phone sales beginning in 2007 in the solid blue line. But for those of you old enough to remember, if I would have told you in, let's say, 2005 that the compact computer or Dell computer on your desktop was going to be disrupted by your flip phone, you would have said I was crazy, right? Or that your Pentax camera that costs $400 or $500 was going to be disrupted by your flip phone. Same response, right? And not only did it disrupt both of those technologies and both of those capabilities, but it far, far, far exceeded the unit sales for PC. So it created market demand where it wasn't previously seen. So what is holding space back? What do we need to do to really take advantage of where we are in the industry? And this is what I'm super passionate about. This is what I'm building at Voyager, Voyager Space, the company I run. And it's really about assembling capability and also putting capital structures in place that are sustainable. So what do I mean by that? Well, I call them the four horsemen of space finance. Some of them are a bit obvious, but let me drill down on it a bit. The four horsemen are illiquidity, risk, high capital expenditures, and long time horizons. So let's unpack that a little bit. First, let me just talk about, forgive the Finance 101 lesson here, but we just talk about risk versus return. So this is just sort of a classic matrix that shows you if you want a very, very low risk, bottom left, you're not going to get a great return, right? That's a money market fund or a T-bill or something like that. And at the very, very extreme are things like emerging markets and private equity and things of this nature. And space is perceived to be at that upper right-hand corner in terms of risk. So the whole point here is that investors in anticipation of higher risk expect a higher return. That's point one. And point two, they're willing to assume some of that risk as long as it's a liquid investment. They can trade in and out of it quickly. They don't want to be trapped in something with no way to get out. So those are two key points that I just wanted to make from this slide here. The other point is you have a company that's just been formed, call it a startup. When their capital needs are high, which is at the beginning of their formation as they're building the product or service, that's also when the risk is high, right? So you have a situation where the company needs lots and lots of money, but the risk is extremely high, right? So that's classically where an angel investor would typically play. Over time, as revenue starts being generated and the company has become de-risked, there's lots of other types of capital that are available. So previously, our industry was stuck kind of in this bar here. We didn't have enough early stage capital. We did not have enough angel investors. And early in my space career, that's really where I focused because that's where I thought the need was. I think we've unlocked that. I think the early stage capital is available. We're certainly way more available than it used to be. Where I think we're stuck now is a bit later stage. And 2021 has been a banner year. I think we have a lot of examples of how this is going much better than it has in the past. So I kind of put us where this black diamond is. And so to get to the next step, we need a few things, not the least of which are exits. Some of that has happened in the public market with the so-called SPACs, if you've heard of that, which is just a unique way of going public as opposed to going the old-fashioned way. That's good and bad. SPACs are also high risk, and if they don't perform well, it can have the opposite effect, where industry could be a bit tainted and be perceived to be not ready for prime time. So back to the four horsemen of space finance: illiquidity, risk, high capex, and long time horizons. Let's drill down on those and talk about how we might be able to mitigate those, because it's really critical, I think, to our future success. So part of the issue with space is that it's both risky and illiquid, right? So if you're investing in companies that aren't publicly traded and they're incredibly risky, if it goes wrong, you have no ability to get out of it. So first and foremost, we need more publicly traded space companies. Voyager Space hopefully will be one of those early next year. Certainly that's our intention. And there are others I know that are planning that as well. So, but we need those companies to be successful. That's critical. Time horizons and capex are high, but there are ways to mitigate that. I'll talk about that here in a moment. But also the good news is the expected returns within the industry are high. And I think that's the one thing space has going for it, is people can imagine this multi-billion-dollar, maybe even trillion-dollar economy in space. So that's certainly helping investor demand. And I think collaboration can also help mitigate some of these four horsemen. What do I mean by collaboration? Well, second point here, industry standards. Part of the issue I think we have is we don't have enough standardization in the industry. People aren't designing to particular standards, which would not only reduce cost, but allow us to scale up. And classically, the more scale any company has or any industry has, the lower the costs, right? That's what we imagine with space tourism. That $400,000 price will go down to, hopefully $50,000 within, not too long of a time. But that all has to do with the scaling of that capability. So industry standards are critical. Minimal flameouts. What do I mean by that? We've had some high-profile companies that didn't make it, you're always going to have that a bit. But I do think we need to minimize. I'm a bit concerned about launch. At last count, I think there's something like 160 launch companies. I don't know what the correct number of launch companies should be steady state, but it's not 160. If I had to guess, I think it's probably 2 or 3, maybe 4. So a lot of those companies won't make it. They're raising a lot of capital. There's going to be a lot of disappointed investors. So I think that's one example where we really need to minimize. And I would encourage entrepreneurs who are thinking about a launch company to go find something else to innovate around, because I think SpaceX and others have really cracked this nut. We need to build more scale. And again, this is why I'm really focused on this at Voyager, is to make sure that the industry itself and these new space entrepreneurs and those capabilities are being scaled and harnessed. Those capabilities are the ones that we really have to unlock if we're going to take this next step. And then last but not least, we need more success stories. What do I mean by that? Either companies being acquired by other companies or public company exits. But investors, it's a flywheel, right? So if they invest and they see how the capital is returned in the future, and the capital has been compounded, then they're much more inclined to reinvest again, and it becomes a virtuous circle. All right, so let me just wrap up with a few thoughts here. So one would be an observation, and then I want to make a prediction and perhaps a call to action. But the observation I would have, and this is really kind of synthesizing what I've been talking about, is the companies in our industry with the capability, in my view, and I say this respectfully, lack ambition. And they're not looking at the big problems. I put SpaceX aside, by the way. I'm talking really more about the large primes. So they have the capability, but they don't really have the ambition to do anything with it. And the companies with the ambition, my observation is in our industry, companies with the ambition lack the capability. And that's why I'm passionate about really assembling this capability and harnessing both, because I do think if we create companies that have both of these characteristics, that's ultimately going to open the high frontier. That's when we get the leg up. That's when we get a sustainable space economy. So I would challenge the larger companies to be bolder and have more ambition with what they're doing. And the small companies that have the ambition, I would encourage you to find economic models that allow you to unlock your capability and fly in formation with other companies and do great things in the industry. So that's my call to action on that. Okay, prediction, kind of a silly one, but I do think we're going to mint more new astronauts next year in 2022 than any previous decade. I see it accelerating tremendously, not only orbital launches with SpaceX, and I know Axiom and other companies are doing launches as well, but I do think we're also going to get a lot of suborbital flights next year. So I do think that's going to be transformational. Why does it matter? Well, it matters for the reasons I said earlier, right? When we have people that people know who have been to space, and it becomes a more commonplace activity, I think we really have an opportunity to get people excited about the future. And so I do think it matters. I also think it matters for investment. I think more retail investors will be engaged in that. So just a call to action. I can't wrap up the presentation without hopefully motivating you to do something with this information, but really 3 things. Either build something useful. And when I say build, I mean build something functional, write something, right? I founded a space philosophy site called 2211.world that I'd recommend you check out. But there's this counter narrative about space that to me, it's a false choice, that we're escaping Earth, or that we're abandoning Earth, or we're not focused on Earth. In my view, we go to space to benefit Earth, not only from technology, but in terms of inspiration and education and all the other things. So that's my viewpoint. And I've written a lot on that, but I would encourage you to have a point of view, to write that. We need narratives to combat some of the nastier narratives that are out there. And then the third, lift someone up. What do I mean by that? Well, educate somebody, mentor somebody, inspire somebody. Our industry needs to be younger. It needs to be more diverse. Why do I say that? Because space is hard, and we can't do it with a fraction of humanity. We need to do it with 100% of humanity. So I would encourage you to find somebody that you can lift up, that you can mentor, that you can make better, that you can inspire. And then better yet, do all 3. Build something, write something, and lift someone up. I think that would be great. If we all did that, everyone listening, to this presentation, I think we can make a big, significant impact on important issues. So with that, I will wrap up and answer any questions that anyone might have.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dylan. We'll start with questions. And the first question comes from Nicholas. And they say, Dear Dylan, I'm concerned that as more people go into space, the amount of debris in orbit will increase drastically. How would you address this concern?
It's an important issue. Voyager is actually signatory together with SpaceX and Planet and other companies, Astra is involved, to the space sustainability rating with the World Economic Forum. I'm not a huge fan of regulation, but I think in the case of space debris, we probably need more regulation. Why do I say that? I think we need very clear guidance that if you're going to launch hardware to orbit or suborbit, you need some ability to deorbit that hardware. And I don't think it can be just disposable. I don't think you can say, well, it's going to atrophy, it's going to burn up on its own. So I think that's point one. Point two, there are some great companies, Leo Labs is one, that are getting better data, right, with ground-based radar. JSOC, which is the main data provider, is great, but they don't have necessarily all the data available in the public domain because it serves a dual purpose with the military. So that's a second key point, is getting better data. And then third, which is also important, is the ability to algorithmically understand where the conjunctions are going to happen. So there are other companies, I've talked to a couple of startups that are really working on better prognostication on where the conjunctions might happen and might occur, so that we can create advanced warning on that. But you correctly point out, it's a tragedy of the commons. There's no doubt about it. Incrementally, the risk is low for each of us to launch a constellation, but collectively the risk is high. So it's a classic tragedy of the commons. And I do think it's probably an area we need more regulation for.
Thank you. Next
Sure.
question comes from Kelly. They say, Mr. Taylor, what solid propellant alternatives are at the forefront of space exploration? And what is the likelihood of a solid fuel alternative will be used for the first uncrewed Mars mission? Thank you.
Yeah, solids are tough, right? Because they don't modulate typically. There are technologies for solids that modulate, but it's a little tricky. It's essentially a boundary layer on the solid that's being lit and relit. But typically that's the challenge with solids, is you're one and done, you light it and it's on, and then it'll exhaust itself. So that's why typically the compressed fluids are better, because you have a nozzle and you can modulate. What I think is true, and I know Robert and others share this view, I think, as well, is we really need to focus on other propulsion technologies if we're going to really build a deep space economy. I think nuclear, in these kinds of technologies, and I know there's some regulatory challenges with pursuing that, but with respect to the people who are working on chemical rockets, in general, I think chemical rockets for deep space are dumb, right? Just the physics of it make no sense, but it's the best available technology we have today. But I think, 500 years from now, I think it'll look like a horse and buggy going to Mars on chemical.
Thank you. Next question is, where do you see intermediate ambition resource companies like Sierra Nevada, Dream Chaser fitting into the space economy equation?
Yeah, I respect Sierra Space very much. I think they're important players. I mean, I think Dream Chaser is an important vehicle, not only for cargo resupply, but ultimately potentially human travel as well. But I think, the more the merrier. I think this is an industry where we need lots and lots and lots of successful companies, but we do need more scale. I think Sierra Space is an important part of the future of the industry, and I admire what they're doing.
Wonderful. And we have one more minute, maybe, for the last question. Sure. And it comes from Ellison. What is your vision for the international community, including governments joining forces to create a global space economy?
Yeah, it's a great question. The natural state of business is global, right? If you look at every industry is naturally globalized. So that's the natural state. Space is tricky because there's a big defense implication, and we have ITAR and CFIUS and other regulations that govern. I think realistically, there will be more globalization in space, but I see it as a dual economy. I see it basically a US-led Western space economy and a Chinese-led Eastern space economy. I don't see a lot of overlap with those communities. I think the defense implications are pretty tight. So unfortunately, I think more globalization, but it's going to be a bit fractionalized with two camps is what I see.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your answers.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, Dylan. If you would, there's some questions for you in the chat, and if you can answer them by hand, that'd be great. But our next speaker is Bernard Fong. Bernard Fong is from France. He has a PhD in astrophysics. He's done astronomy in Chile. He was the champion of the Smart 1 mission, Europe's first mission to the moon, and served as the principal project scientist for that. He's been all over the place. He's the head of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group. His wife, Pascal Arenfund, is the president of the International Astronomical Federation, and he has led expeditions to our Mars Desert Research Station in Utah. He's one of the chief instigators of European interest in Mars and moon analog research. So without further ado, let's hear from Bernard.
Thank you very much, Robert. So welcome from Europe. It's really a pleasure to talk at this Mars convention because, in particular, about the Human Mars program, because this program, in fact, was born 12 years ago, inspired very much by our first expedition that we conducted at the Mars Desert Research Station with the support of Robert Zubrin, with Carol Stoker, with the support of Chris Mckay and others. And so I would like to share with you what it has become after 12 years. So I've prepared for you a presentation of our Human Mars highlights. That's a program now that we have conducted to perform science. You all hear me and you can see my slides? Yes,
we can see them.
Excellent. And but also we develop instruments. We test them in analog site or in the laboratory in extreme conditions. And also we perform analog missions to train astronauts. And you can see we started this with this Human Mars campaign in 2009 at Mars Desert Research Station. In the meantime, we have conducted a series of other campaigns at MDRS, but also we tried to build some facilities in Europe, and we have used also facilities in Iceland, in Hawaii with ICES, and we are now also exploiting some of this work with a network of institutes and collaborators. So every year we have like 10-15 new members that are joining our team, and I've put some of the names of the recent collaborators here. So, oh yes. So I wanted to say, we started actually after we launched Mars Express in 2003. Our main focus was to analyze the data from this beautiful scientific mission that have provided the comprehensive study of Mars, its atmosphere, its environment, the history of water on Mars, meteorology, climate, aeronomy, and also eventually some views of Phobos, and some discoveries, in particular, the evidence of recent volcanism on the surface of Mars, where we have been able to date calderas in some of the Tarsis mounts, the Albortolus, Asclepius mounts, Olympus mounts, showing that volcanism on Mars has been also present in the recent geological time. Also, big revolution in our understanding of the history of mineral on the surface of Mars from a period where Mars was eventually wet and warm to a period now where it's cold and arid. And we have also some mineral signatures from this ancient time that were measured with Omega infrared spectrometer, and we can have access then to the water history on Mars. And this can be done with a spectrometer using also the information from the high resolution stereo camera. So with a camera in particular, we could measure regional geology and chronology, looking at the traces of hydrology on Mars with chaotic regions, mega flood, buried ice, and also we can study some tectonic features on the surface of Mars. So a strong interest for ice and glaciers, so in this polar layer deposit, but also we have found at tropical latitude some sign of a possible frozen sea, a packed ice that was present 5 billion years ago near Elysium. And also we have had some evidence, like Carol was mentioning, that based on obliquity variation that were calculated by Jacques Lascarty in France and others, showing that there are big changes in obliquity that lead to redistribution of ice from the pole to the tropics, and that created some ice ages in the tropics that you can in fact follow, and you have some remnant information from the images that we have analyzed. Eventually we are able to also reconstruct the climatic history of Mars. Also, we have used a radar instrument, the Marsis, that were able to penetrate kilometers below the polar layer deposit to find some signature of liquid water. So subglacial lakes. So by the intersection of the different paths that give a consistent information. Also, we have been monitoring over the several Martian years the variation of climatic quantities such as temperature, ozone, water, oxygen, and dust, and that are now compared to global climate models to really understand the climatology of Mars. So this is a little gallery, a summary of some of the Revolution for Mars Express, 3D high resolution images, evidence of water ice at the pole, possibly methane detected at that time already, recent volcanism, and some correlation between water and ozone, studies of Phobos, also collaboration with NASA rovers providing images and also data relay, and so understanding the Martian water process, and as well the mineral history of Mars and some of the radar results that I have mentioned. So that was our status. Also, now we are using the data from the ExoMars 2016 mission with a trace gas orbiter, which is still in operation with beautiful stereo images and also measurement of the atmosphere and the, of the ice, subsurface ice. And we had also a demo module for landing, but that didn't work so well, but we have learned a lot out of that. Now we are preparing for ExoMars 2022. We have defined the place where we are going to land in Oxyaplanum. And this mission will really look for life, extinct or extant life, in particular with a drill that will go to 2-meter depths in an area where organics can survive long exposure to cosmic rays. And we have an exquisite suite of instruments on board. On this rover, we have a payload called PASTA, where we have a panoramic camera, PanCam, infrared spectrometer, close-up imager, ground penetrating radar, neutron detector, and also even in the borehole of the drill, we'll have an infrared spectrometer. And then we'll acquire some samples that we'll put in an analytic laboratory rover, and there you will measure further with the infrared spectrometer, with the Raman spectrometer, and very sophisticated mass spectrometer called MoMA. So that was our context. And now also a bit about Smart One that Robert mentioned, which is my baby. So we had also the same year launched Smart One, mostly a technology mission with electric propulsion, instrument miniaturization, and also showing we can do things faster, cheaper, and harder, a bit like we did with Mars Express. And illustrating that we have some data where our first focus was to analyze those data in terms of the tectonics of what shape rocky planets, with impact, bombardment, volcanism, polar region, and we even did impact experiment, one more impact on the moon by observing our own final impact from a telescope from Canada, France. Eventually also, we looked at places where we could go in the future with a robotic village or with a human outpost. And so that's in the polar regions and a very interesting area in permanent shadow where volatiles have been found. And also we have mapped the illumination over the whole year. And in particular, we found that very close to the South Pole, to the Shackleton crater, there is a kind of peak of light, which is 100% illuminated in winter and in summer and 80%. So also we have used a smart one because it was the first moon mission of the millennium to have a collaboration with other countries, with the US, with Japan for their Kaguya mission, with China for their Chang'e mission, and after ESA contributed also to provide some ground station support for the Chang'e mission, both the orbiter and the landers, and also the Indian mission Chandrayaan-1, where we put 3 instruments on board. And we also collaborated with the US mission, LRO, GRAIL, LADI, and so on. And de facto, there have been more than 15 orbiters around the moon. Now we are in the phase of a robotic village on the moon, where in 2013, the Chinese have put Chang'e 3 on board and still in operation after 8 years. So we have a permanent robotic village, and it has deployed a rover called the U2, the Jade Rabbit, that has a performed measurement of the world. The twin lander has been put on the far side of the moon in 2019 for the Chang'e 4 mission, and in 2020, the Chinese have put Chang'e 5, which delivered also an automatic sample return from some of the youngest area of the moon on the near side, and the age has been just published recently in a series of Nature paper of 2 billion years. So 25 years ago, we created the International Lunar Exploration Working Group to see how we could prepare a roadmap for a future human exploration utilization toward the moon village. So with this orbital fleets, then robotic village, then human for short stay, human outpost, and then permanent human and robotic base with permanent occupation, like we have now had the ISS inhabited for 22 years. The idea that we could have also then rotation in this base with humanity present forever. And that's the view from the ESA side. The destination for human exploration are low Earth orbit, the moon and Mars, and we go step by step. But for the moon, we are contributing the European Service Module that is going to bring the Orion capsule to the moon and safely back, and will bring the 4 astronauts from 2023 on. But already next year, we'll have an automatic flight of this. And at some stage, we'll have the Artemis 3 that will bring, the first woman to the surface of the moon, the next American of color. Yeah. But also, there will be a series of mission every year, and Europe will be part of that. So that's the views, how we are trying to help to advance in some of these challenges to get there for this moon village, to operate, communicate, survive, also have a mobility, exploit resources, use a partnership between human and robot. But the novelty is that we are not going to do that only with government taxpayers' money alone, but also we try to involve users, collaborators from new space, from non-space sectors. And as you see, this lunar village is going on, and there are a series of robotic missions in the next years from international partners, from commercial partners, and also we have human mission. Which leads me to, but what can we do now with the young professional? That's the idea of the Zero Mars program. We try to prepare instruments. In particular, we build a lander in the frame of this Google and Express competition. We build a mock-up lander where we tested how to place instruments, spectrometers, rovers, and also test the teleoperation of this. We also practice cooperative robotics between lander and a series of rovers which have different functions. We learn how to teleoperate that from a cozy control center that we had built, a bit inspired from our experience with the Mars Desert Research Station. We teleoperate the lander and the telescope from several thousand kilometers distance, even intercontinental. Now, more recently, we have worked with some of the top teams of mechatronics and robotics in Europe, the German Aerospace Agency, DLR. We deployed almost on the moon. You can see that Etna volcano, two very autonomous, intelligent rovers that can capture some payload box, deploy them with seismometers. And next year, we will deploy also some sample analysis box and a series of 4 antenna that will perform very low frequency measurements like we want to do on the far side. So that's what we do to prepare for a sustainable presence on the moon and then to Mars. Now back to Mars. That's coming back to the story where you had these beautiful images from Mars Express of Juvente Casme, and we found some very similar landscape on Earth. And this is the landscape surrounding the Mars Desert Research Stations, where we had conducted a number of campaigns. I was myself there. We had a technology campaign together with Carol Stoker, testing instrument, and there was a campaign where I was commander, and we conducted that several years. So that's how really the New Moon Mars program was born, with a focus on doing field research and laboratory research, geology and astrobiology, also testing instruments, cameras, spectros, rovers, drones, testing traverses, sampling, radar, and also optimizing habitat technologies for what could be a future habitat on the moon or Mars. But of course, as well, a lot of learning in the area of human factors, human performance, how to organize the astronaut, also the extravehicular activities, and the medical aspect as well, and the psychological. Also, we found it was a great vehicle for training young researchers together with advanced researchers for learning to communicate to their peers, to the public, and we try also to have a strong research output. So with 110 publications now, including 15 referred papers. In particular, we had a special issue of the International Journal of Astrobiology with Pascal Ehrenfreund, with Carol Stoker, really editing this volume. So here an example of the experiment that we are on board, X-ray diffractometer, X-ray fluorescence, which was provided by Dave Blake from NASA Ames. That's an orange box you can see here, and that's a prototype, a terrestrial prototype of the one which was launched for the MSL Curiosity rover. Visible infrared reflectance, Raman spectroscopy, that's very relevant because on ExoMars we will have also a Raman microscopy as well. And you can see some of the crew in the ground laboratory of the MDRS making the measurements. And then we had also outside instrument, multiple camera, ground penetrating radar, which was provided by JPL and by NASA Ames. We had also a drill, because with Carol, we have always the largest suite of drills. And then we have shown that you need 3 astronauts with a suit to operate this drill. And we got nice samples where you could measure as a function of depth, the mineralogy, but also the microbial content. We also tried to do some astrobiology experiments, taking samples and measuring them with various techniques. And we found some very interesting result of large microbial diversity over the areas. And at 100-meter distance, you had a very different microbial population. Then, inspired by this experience, we try to build our little Moon Mars research station, not in the desert, but close to the ESTEC Technical Center. So we equipped a laboratory. So these are some of our students from SuperAero. I log them for a few hours, and then they train how to operate rovers. They have also some instrument to spectrometers, microscope to analyze samples. And if they forgot some tools, they are not allowed to go outside, but they have a 3D printer, then they can print what is missing like you will do when you're on the moon. You don't need to wait 5 days that they bring you what you have forgotten on Earth. We also did some tests of astrobiology laboratories to do some biological science, and as well test some planetary protection protocols, and also do some plant growth. Eventually, we go to the nearest volcano that we have from the Netherlands. That's a volcano that exploded almost yesterday. So 10,000 years ago, we had a big volcano exploding in the center of Europe that in 3 weeks deposited 30 meters of ashes. So we went there with our lander and instrument to test it, and in a similar condition like we would be on the moon. So we did a series of campaigns there, also with the Austrian Space Forum, providing an astronaut suit to see also the collaboration partnership between astronaut, landers, rovers. And you see here we arrive on the moon with a bit of a Photoshop. You can almost see we are there, and we tested some of these operations. Actually, with the Austrian Space Forum, we also continued with a campaign in the ice caves, the karstic caves, where we tested a protocol for searching for life in a Martian ice cave. And you can see here the astronaut taking some sample in these beautiful ice caves. So as a summary, we have been exploring a number of analog sites. So Etna and Hawaii, Utah, Atacama Desert, Iceland. And I would like to give you some overview of some recent activities. We had a program, Igluna Isalab, where we built in a glacier an habitat in ice. And then we tested some technologies of robotics, growing plants with a robot and artificial intelligence. We brought our lander there. We also have explored Iceland several times, the scouting campaign, and more recently, we had even a campaign organized by the young professionals themselves to deploy an emergency shelter in a lava tube in Iceland, and we are going to continue next year. Also, we have conducted some campaign together with the Analog Astronaut Training Center in Poland, where we had some isolation campaign. You can see the smiling crew before the 2 weeks isolation. They were also very happy after, because we fed them with plant grown in situ, and as well by what they have learned and by also the group experience. We also have performed some experiments using Moon-Mars regolith analog to grow plants, and so we are ready for the next generation of plants to be grown on the moon, and also eventually we could send a robotic gardener there to take care of them before the human. So more recently, in the last 3 years, we have been also collaborating with Hank Rogers, the owner of the ICES base in Hawaii, to deploy a new set of campaign of shorter duration in the ICES. And so I was there in 2018, where we tested some of the technology we wanted to test with new vehicle, a drone, also experiment to measure samples. And then, okay, I had also to perform some EVA activities in quite hostile conditions, a bit exhausting at this altitude, and with this very young and well-experienced astronaut. But eventually, we discovered some lava tubes that we explored. And the year after, we started a cycle of a new campaign. We call them Urban Mars ICES, EMIS. And so these are the teams that we launched for 2 weeks in the base. So at the beginning, they have a system training for instrument, for communication, also cooking space food. And so the briefing, they managed to cook a beautiful cake just using the space food. And this is how the base look like. So it's fully autonomous in terms of solar power, and you have this beautiful volcanic landscape, very reminiscent of volcanoes on the moon or Mars. There are some views. So here's some views of the preparation for EVA. So the second year, so I had also some geology students. They did their master. One of them studied the hydrous alteration of basalt. And you can calculate that 100 years on Hawaii is equivalent to 100 million years on Mars. So you can explain why Mars basalt becomes red. and another looked at the composition of microbial communities in lava tubes. Eventually, we discovered some lava tubes, and we mapped them, and I was comfortably in the control station in a blue planet, so not in the base, and directing the operation from a distance. It was they did a great work. So day 3, the antenna system broke down, so they had to make an EVA to repair it, and so that's a series of Hawaii operations. Now, close to us in Poland, we have also in the last 2 years conducted 9 campaigns called Euromoon Mars Poland and Pol, where we have a 1-week duration isolation, but in a base which is without window, completely isolated. And so we started at the time semi of pandemic with all safe distancing protocol, and they perform a lot of biological technology and group psychology experiment there. We change also, they don't have access to the time, so they have a time perception which is affected by the light cycle that we create. Eventually this year we had a great event celebrating the 60 years of Gagarin, and so the astronauts also participated to that. Now, more recently, also in July, the first week after the opening of the pandemic in Italy, we managed to organize a campaign in Etna. So I had a team from a Dublin physicist operating drone, rover, camera, spectrometer. So we went to Etna. So this was the way to learn the protocol of what you would do with ExoMars from a lunar lander. So the idea that you could land on the moon or Mars, and after landing, you deploy a rover, and then you teleoperate the rover, and then you pick some sample that the scientists analyze, and later you analyze them in the laboratory. So it's a kind of a functional test of what is a suite of measurements that could be conducted on rover until samples are analyzed.
You got about 5 minutes left, Bernard.
Thank you. Eventually, we even found Mars in Sicily. This is a beautiful place called in Paterno, so which is where you can see some Martian mud pools and some CO2 gas going through, and also some alteration of the minerals. And you can see also how this affects actually some of the landscape in the mud pool, which is very similar to what could have been the ancient Mars. Eventually, we went there at a time very special where eruption started. So one night we were in the city, and it started to rain ashes on our head. From 40 kilometers, we took our telescope to look at this eruption with a 400-meter plume going into the sky. But then the day after, we came closer in the observatory, geophysical and astronomical observatory, to see from 4 kilometers. And then you can see the lava going towards us at a safe slope speed. And so then we went on the volcano itself to study some of the sample and the site. So as a conclusion, clearly we have developed this Euromoon Mars program. It's open, and we want to extend it to. We had a strong contribution from Europe and also from the US to it, but we want to broaden it to we have collaboration with other parts of the world. We are thinking of a campaign in Chile, Chile Moon Mars in the high altitude glacier in February next year, also Atacama. And so with these activities, we have data analysis on hand on data from previous missions, development of instruments for future missions, also validation of instruments that are flying to understand better the protocol for making measurements, but also training of astronauts in a realistic condition like we will have in future based on the Moon and Mars. We found also that there are tasks for not only for astronaut candidates, but for scientists, engineers, remote support. We have also humanists, artists that can join some of this campaign. So if you're interested, you are welcome to contact me. I put you my address at the Leiden Observatory. And in summary, this was an event at the International Astronomical Congress in 2018, where we had some members of our team that could come there. And you can see we are across the world, good gender diversity, and even a good, we cover all the generations. So you are all welcome to talk to us and collaborate. And I want to thank again the Mars Society and for their role in and the collaboration that we have had to start Human Mars, but also to continue in some future collaborative project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Bernard, for the overview and the insight into the Moon Mars project. I guess we are kind of running out of time, but let's see.
We can take a couple questions, Lyra.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, great. All right, so we've got a question from Marufa, and they ask, High Seas and International Moon-Based Alliance are two different organizations in one location?
The International Moon-Based Alliance is a legal institution that owns ICES, and actually, so there is a board of directors. So Hank Rogers and I am basically in the board of directors, and ICES is one of our projects that we have recovered. So the operation of ICES are under the International Moon-Based Alliance, but we have also other projects like some projects where we are going to deploy some robots, in particular to test some techniques of in-situ resource utilization and possibly build the base using the local material. So we'll have a step-by-step approach, and at some stage, the International Moon-Based Alliance wants to contribute to building a real base on the moon, but also accompany with some technology, research and development effort, also involving some commercial partners, industrial partners to be involved in what we test on Earth and later what we could deploy on the moon.
Wonderful, thank you. I guess I'll probably ask you the last question, and that is in regards to the ExoHab Lab module. So you mentioned that the 3D printers were used to produce some missing parts. Could you give us some examples of what are the kind of models that were produced, and maybe speculate on how in the future the 3D modeling technology will impact future missions and help members of the crew?
Yes, so ExoHab was a kind of a R&D project, and where in fact we repurposed some container or even a caravan and to equip it to see how you could share it in the function of half an habitat and half a laboratory, like you would do in some of the precursor modules on the moon. And indeed, we tested a set of experiments. A 3D printer, we worked with a material science group of ESTEC to see they have developed various techniques of 3D printings, a classical one, but even 3D printings that would use the regolith as a material. And so there are various technologies which were used. In the one we used, we used that more commercial device, but now we are looking at ways to incorporate 3D printers in some element that you could produce also as part of investigations. As well, we have even looked at some bio 3D printers. So for experiment where we could in the future even print bio organs. We even conducted a study of growing tissues or organs in the lab, like you could eventually in the future do on the moon and Mars for a transplant. So this has really evolved in many directions.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Lyra, for asking all the questions. Over to Robert now to close out the session.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Bernard. And I must say it was a great ending to a great session today. Pam Melroy, Charlie Kell, Carol Stoker, Chris Mckay, Steve Benner, Paul Davies. This is Dylan Taylor. This has really been an all-star morning session. And look, I would like to right now thank all the volunteers that have contributed to making this conference possible. There's a lot of them, there's a lot of work in running all these different sessions, the morning plenaries, the afternoon track sessions, the rest of it, making this whole thing happen. And everybody's doing it for free. And I want to thank you. Now, that said, the Mars Society's activities do cost money. Maintaining these Mars Desert Research Station, the Arctic Station, doing the rover contest, all these sorts of things, doing conferences like this, it costs money. Now, we have invited the world to attend this conference for free, as we did last year. And if you can't give any money, that's fine. But if you can, what we'd ask is if people would give something. If we had this conference non-virtual in a location, it might have cost you $500 to fly to it and a couple $100 to register and $500 for the hotel. If you can give $50 today to, that would be great to do your share to finance the Mars Society's activities. If you can't do $50, do 10, okay? Because this is certainly worth more than going to the movies. And actually, you can't go to the movies for $10 nowadays anyway. So thanks for that. The donation form has been, the link was just posted on a chat group. So if you give something, that'd be great. So we're going to adjourn shortly. Our afternoon track sessions begin at 2:00 Pacific time, and they're covering technical areas, political, philosophical areas, and all sorts of things, actually. And then tonight, we have our virtual banquet, and you can eat anything you like because you'll be at home. But we're going to have two extraordinary presentations then. One on the Mars Society's virtual reality project, which will allow people to explore alongside our crews in the Mars Desert Research Station. And this we see as a model for showing NASA how they can create a situation where people will be able to explore alongside astronauts on Mars. And then following that, the Millions on Mars game. This is a new online game that is being created that will allow millions of people on Earth to engage their minds in discovering how we can explore and settle Mars. So that's for tonight. In the meantime, take a break, and we'll see you all at 2:00 Pacific time.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you all. We'll see you at 2:00.